It's a hot and sunny afternoon here in South Haven, Michigan for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup from GRIDLIFE Spring Kickoff in 2021. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined alongside a GLTC driver, Justin Kelly. Justin, a new build this weekend, didn't quite go to plan, but got a couple other cars out there we'll be rooting on. But our race 3 of the weekend, race 3 of 4 this afternoon, it is the hottest it's been. The track is going to be greasy, and a 50-car field about to take the green.
It is very warm, and the humidity has not let up at all. So it's gonna be who can keep their tires together is definitely gonna be the name of the game.
Yeah, keeping tires on the car is going to be a real challenge, and we saw Jeremy Swenson in race number 1 have a real challenge with keeping tire temperature out of the Yokohamas, I believe, that he's running on that Corvette. The real challenge also is to beat the guy that's been winning all weekend, Tom O'Gorman. He didn't actually finish first on Saturday morning's first race, but because of some DQs due to some yellow flag infractions, Tomo actually won both race 1 and race 2. Yesterday, he left everyone in the dust, but for race 3, now everyone's back on a level playing field, and I'm really excited to see this. A 15-minute sprint race, single-class racing, cars with all sorts of different builds. And Justin, while we have you here, I think we should talk about one of the more unique builds that we've got in the series, and that's the builds that you guys just built. This is the first round for your J-swapped Honda S2000s. Went to a V6 platform, so a V6 engine in a Honda S2000. That sounds like a lot of fun, but how have they been so far? I know your car had an issue, but Tiffany seems to be running okay.
Yeah, I mean the J-swap has kind of been it's not a new swap for the S2000 platform, so not near as much of a headache as it was to get it put into the FRS. But the car's been doing great. I mean, Tiffany's car's had no issues whatsoever as far as the engine's concerned. Been battling some temp issues a little bit, which might be due to having trouble bleeding the system. But the FRS definitely had some struggles this weekend with some crank trigger sensors, and ended up getting a little warm and melting a piston. So sounds major, but we have spares.
So here at GingerMan Raceway, this is a 2.21-mile circuit with 11 corners. And Justin, here's a run down the front straightaway. It all begins at the start-finish line. A little bit of a crest over into turn number 1. You're going to go down a couple gears, huck it through the left-hander, and then into turn 2. This is sort of a tricky corner, a little bit of kind of a double apex turn here, Justin. Then you're throttling up towards turn 3, one of the tighter corners on the racetrack.
Yeah, and turn 3 is very similar to turn 1. Has a little bit of a crest coming in. Car gets a little loose before you head on down to corner 4.
And then it's a kink through turn 4, then a downshift into 5 and up into 6. That's a real challenging complex. Easy to drop a tire. That caught Todd Cayley out the other day. Then through 7, 8, and 9, high speed, and a GLTC car, you're probably flat for most of the field. Some drivers might have to do a confidence lift in the bigger, heavier cars, but then this long back straightaway, no lifting here.
No. Coming out of corner 10 is a heavy dig, so it's a long, hard straight.
And there's a little bit of a visibility issue coming up over the crest, which is what caught some drivers out in yesterday's races. Some yellow flag infractions, a couple DQs there. But as we head into our third race of the weekend, we should also note that Tom O'Gorman is carrying 150 pounds of rewards weight. What that means is if you win a race here, you get 75 pounds added to your car for the next race. If you finish second, you get 50. If you finish third, you get 25. The maximum weight you can carry is 150 pounds. So Tom has his car as heavy as it can be this weekend. I'm wondering if that's going to be a big effect on his car. It's been really good this weekend, but 150 extra pounds is a lot of extra weight for an S2000.
Well, exactly right. Putting that amount of weight into a lighter weight car definitely is more significant than some of the heavier weight cars out there. Tom O'Gorman's being on the lighter side, he's definitely going to feel that weight.
As the cars roll off the grid here, there's a handful of cars I think we should also mention. DJ Alessandrini on the right side of your screen in that 2006 Honda Civic Si. That car is running an experimental Goodyear tire. It's available now in limited sizes. The problem with that is that not everybody can run it, so DJ is kind of testing them out and seeing how they are. They haven't really shown to be a massive advantage, but you were telling me before the broadcast here, Justin, that maybe it would be more advantageous on a rear-wheel drive car.
Yeah, and speaking to DJ yesterday, he had also told me he really likes the feel of a stiff sidewall, shorter tire. And, coming from our rear-wheel drive cars, we like having a big, heavy, or a big, soft sidewall that can kind of act as a shock. So, maybe a little bit more advantageous to go onto a rear-wheel drive car than a front-wheel drive car, but it sounds like they're definitely very picky about chassis setup and they want to be dialed in for that particular car.
And GLTC is not a spec tire category, so you can run Hoosier R7s, you can run Yokohama street tires. A very popular street tire choice is the Falken RT660, which Tom O'Gorman has run on in the past. He switched to the Hoosier, but the Falken RT660 is a real great option to kind of use. Obviously, slick tires are very expensive, so to run
boy are they ever.
Yeah, Yeah, an RT660 is a great tire for this category and the Club TR Time Attack class, where that is a spec tire category. So some interesting tire choices here throughout the field. There's Brian Heitkotter in the Chris Forsberg Racing number 05. That car had an issue yesterday, not in mechanical issues, but in strategy. The way GLTC's format is, Justin, race 1, your best lap sets the grid for race 2, and in race 2, your finishing order sets race 3. Well, they thought it was best lap for both race 1 and race 2, so Brian dropped back and charged to try to get a great lap, but it didn't do him any good. You got to finish well.
And boy, would that have been an excellent strategy. Coming into a car or a field of 50-plus cars, you know, trying to move from 54th up into the points is really an uphill battle. So trying to have a strategy where you're going to set that fast lap to put yourself up front is a great idea. Just not the right race order, unfortunately.
And speaking of points, Luke McGrew came into the weekend leading the season-long points, but Aaron Lichty and Eric Cattell, who were the second and first place finishers from the points last year, they have not had the pace that I would expect to have now. While they both made it up into the top 5 for race number 2, we haven't seen either of them win a race since all the way back at Circuit of the Americas in February. So it's been a little while since either of them have been to victory lane. We'll see if they can get back to the winner's circle before the end of the weekend. We're going to have one more pace lap here, Justin, before we turn them loose. But Ryan Upham in this BMW M3, this is an example of one of the heavier, more powerful cars. And we saw on the straightaways yesterday, that car was an absolute bullet.
Yeah, I mean, even last year racing against him, I mean, that car does such a great job on the straightaway. You know, big advantages here at certain tracks to have, you know, a little bit more weight and be able to carry more power. You know, it might hurt you in some of the tighter sections, but man, that dig out of corner 10B really helps having a heavy car with some more low-end torque.
Certainly does. There's your starting lineup on the left-hand side of the screen. Tom O'Gorman and Ryan Upham sharing the front row. Emil Tabb and Eric Cattell on row number 2. Aaron Lichty, the runner-up from the championship last year, starts on the inside of row 4. Eric Jensen in an LS-swapped FRS, a little bit of a different take on a swap into that chassis, starts alongside him. Then Luke McGrew, points leader coming into the weekend. Louis Chatroop, DJ Alessandrini, Andy Smedgard before Boysen, Meadows, Swenson, Bowling, Ronnie Solomon, Scott Robertson, Lovoy, and Horisco round out the rest of the top 20. We should also mention that Ben Horisco, who has a shop, Ultima Raceworks, up in Illinois, his girlfriend, Taylor Gajewski, she's running in a Spec Miata towards the back of the field, only her second time running in GLTC. What an event to run your second ever GLTC
Yeah,
event.
I mean, talk about pressure. You come in, you know, come into an event that's already known to have this level of competition, and you come in with a 54-car field. I mean, props to her for, you know, for getting out there and having a good time. It takes a lot to come here and have the confidence to jump out there and do what these guys are doing.
Absolutely. We've got a 17-year-old in the field as well, Matan. He's been a prodigy from what I've heard from his instructors. Ran in some DE stuff last year, then moved into GLTC at Blackhawk Farms, also his second event. He had an issue yesterday, a battery electrical related issue. That car should be repaired and out on the racetrack here for our third race of the weekend. So the field now getting ready to double up and take the green flag. 15 minutes is going to be our race length. And then for race 4, a little bit of a difference here. We're going to grid by our finishing position with the exception of the front handful. We're going to throw a random invert in there, which we should know by the end of the race, and then we're going to kind of flip things around and see how that goes.
Always one of the more exciting setups, the invert. So it'll be interesting to see what cars end up being affected by that. Man, out here with the greasy temps, it's really anybody's game. I mean, it comes down to tire management, I think, more than anything.
It certainly is going to be a challenge. 15 minutes is not a super long race, but in temperatures like this and to the level that you're driving in GLTC, it's certainly enough to overheat tires.
Absolutely.
If you're not careful.
Absolutely, especially for those guys that are on street tires. I know, talking to Swenson last night, he said he gets 1 or 2 hot laps, and it's really goes into conserve mode after that. So, you know, hopefully let's see what he can do. He can keep those things cooled off and keep the pace.
And as we roll down towards turn number 11, I should apologize in advance for my voice. I think it's been allergies this weekend that's been throwing me off. So if I sound like I just rolled out of bed, I didn't, I promise. It's just a little under the weather this weekend. So doing my best. As we roll out of turn number 11, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 3 from GingerMan Raceway at Spring Kickoff in 2021. Tom O'Gorman, Ryan Upham sharing that front row. Green flag flies. We're racing at GingerMan Raceway.
Man, what a field.
Double file, 3 wide, heading off into turn number 1. O'Gorman clears Upham. Emil Tabb tried to sneak down the inside, couldn't find an opening. The hybrid racing EG of Eric Cattell slots into 3rd, still double wide behind him, clean through turn 1. All 3 races this weekend, they've done that successfully. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, watching this from an outside perspective, getting through that turn 1 with this many cars is crazy. Crazy to see.
Look at Ryan Upham right behind Tom O'Gorman. Now, Tomo's strength is going to be in the corners, but with that rewards weight, that's really going to slow him down. Upham's strength is on the straightaway, so that could be a real challenge for O'Gorman to hang on. Car off the racetrack, that's DJ Alessandrini. Got off over the curbing at the exit of turn 3. He's back on. We continue green. There is Eric Cattell in the Hybrid Racing EG right behind Emil Tab in the winning Formula Miata. That's a battle for 3rd place. Behind them, double file for about 5th spot, or make that 6th spot rather, as we head into turn 7, carrying lots of speed through here, Justin, and it's real tough to stay side by side.
No, it really is, and I know Eric Cattell's coming into this event with some new shocks in the car that knowing from experience, takes some time to get dialed in. So that might be a little bit what's going on with his pace, but doing really well considering, you know, the changes that he's made. He's like us and always has to make changes. I mean, that's the name of the game.
It certainly is, and Fortunato coilovers on that car for Eric Cattell, working on, I think they're the 520 setup there. And give Fortunato a follow as well. They had their Instagram account go down, and they're trying to work their followers back up. So Fortunato and our buddies, make sure you go give them a follow on Instagram. Now down the back straightaway here into turn 11. Surprised that O'Gorman's been able to hang on for this long. I thought Upham would motor by him on the straight, but he hasn't.
He must have got a pretty good dig out of 10. I know Tomo knows how to hit those apexes, so, I mean, that really gives you a good drive going down that back straightaway into 11.
We're 3 wide into turn 11, a little bit farther back. Here's some Chaos Lewis Chatroop, Andy Smedgard in there. Andy won 2 races back at NCM a couple months ago. There's Luke McGrew, followed by Chatroop, Smedgard, and Alessandrini climbing back upward after that off in turn 3.
Nice, tight racing. Everybody keeping it clean. It's, you know, the type of racing we want to see around here. These guys are really showing the place to be, and this is, man, great driving. Great groups. Nice tight pack, no incidents. Everyone's staying on track so far. A lot to say for how greasy it is out there, I can only imagine.
It's amazing. There's Jeremy Swenson, the unofficial race 1 winner, obviously got disqualified, but he's fast, and he's working by, or trying to work by, DJ Alessandrini. Now, DJ has 1 win under his belt at Mid-Ohio last season. Then the rest of the weekend was in the rain. He didn't have rain tires, so didn't finish very well from there on out. Had a transmission failure at Road America, and this is his first weekend back since then. Upham now falling into the clutches of Emil Tab. That's a bit of a surprise as O'Gorman continues to pull away.
Man, Emil's just been on fire. He is the consistent, always in the front, always keeps his stuff perfect. That car rarely, if ever, has mechanicals, so that's somebody you always got to be watching for.
It's one of the more reliable cars, and in the points, it's paid dividends. He's just so consistent, as you mentioned, and if he's not on the podium, he's pretty close to it.
Yeah,
Third
absolutely.
or 4th in almost every round he's ever been
Definitely, yeah. He's always making sure his stuff is perfect, and it shows.
We saw Jeremy Swenson going down the inside of DJ Alessandrini in turn 10B, so we'll see on the back straightaway if Swenson can motor on by. As you see the field panning through, there's Andy Smedgard closing up the Chatroop, and yes, Swenson did get by Alessandrini. Curious to see if he's moved over to a Hoosier tire, knowing that the street tires would just overheat in a lap and a half, or if he's going to stay on the streets.
From what I've heard, he's staying on the streets, and so far he's proven that, you know, he can make up for that early pace to compensate for when the tires get hot and go into defensive mode. That torque of that V8 LS motor that he's running really does help get that drive out of the corner and make up for some of the slower cornering speeds later when those tires get slick.
So out up front, O'Gorman is falling back a little bit towards Ryan Upham. He's closing in once again. Emil Tab is right there, so is Eric Cattell. Keeping an eye on for some of the drivers we thought would be big movers. Brian Heitcotter's up 10 spots from 31st to 21st. And Ishram Rakhani making one of his first starts on the weekend. He's moved up 2 spots into 25th. And looking for Tiffany Kelly, who started at the rear of this field. She's also moved up a handful of spots. She's moved up 6 from 45th into 39th. So good climb so far as Tab all over the back of the 13.
Yeah, I imagine by this point, Tomo's got to be feeling that weight. With the temps out there, every bit of extra weight on those tires is not helpful.
It certainly is not, and it's only going to get worse as the race goes on. So we'll see if he can hang on to it. So far, so good, though, as we watch some good mid-pack battles here. Believe that is...
Looks like Tiffany out there.
It is Tiffany, yes. Yeah. She's got Joel Morrison right behind her in the 9 Lives Racing S2000. And good battles there. 2 very different builds, 2 very different ideas of how to go fast.
So many S2000s out here this weekend. I mean, man, they are a little bit of everything. We got stroked F-Series S2000s, K-Series, J-Series, you name it, it's out here.
And here's some onboard action here. This is from onboard Eric Cattell's Hybrid Racing EG.
No, this is Tom
O'Gorman.
Yep.
That's correct. My apologies there. I saw the auto assets on the dash, and I knew there was something up with that. But across the line, he's got nothing but clear windshield out the road.
Tomo really showing it. I mean, good for him being able to get a little bit of a lead, knowing that later that rewards weight's going to come back to bite him in temps. So, you know, he just needs to keep pushing, get himself as big of a gap as he can. Eric Cattell really moving up putting pressure on Emil. He's going to be someone I think that's going to be a contender later in this race or going into the invert for race 4.
Here we go. Now Catil pulls alongside Emil Tab on the run down to turn number 3. Can he pull that K-Swap Civic alongside the K-Swap Miata? Not quite. Within a foot of the bumper down through turn number 3. No dice though. Look who's coming. Aaron Lichty, the runner-up from the championship last year. The winningest driver in GLTC is lurking in 5th. Never count him out.
No, these guys have battled more than once. This is a pretty formidable group that typically rides close like this. So it'll be interesting to see who's able to come out on top.
And while all this is happening, they're stuck behind the cork in the bottle right now of Ryan Upham. Tomo's driving away. This is great for him.
Yeah.
He gets in the mirror. He's loving this.
It really looks like Upham's having issues with the temps. I mean, like I said, having a heavier car like the BMW, and especially early in the race, driving the car hard really puts temp in those tires, and man, does it come back to bite you later.
Yeah, the problem is it's going to be really hard to pass him when he's so fast on the straightaways, and this is a frustrating moment for the drivers in behind. Upham's doing nothing wrong. He's racing his line, not going defensive, but
yeah,
it is going to be frustrating for the drivers behind to not get by. Big dive up the inside. I think that's Louis Chatroop. I believe it's a silver car. I think that's Luke McGrew back there as well. As we look again down the back straightaway, Emil Tab now moving over to driver's right, showing a little bit of a defensive line to Eric Catil, pulls back over to the left to get some slipstream. How effective is that here at GingerMan? Straightaway's not super long, but is it worth having?
You know, I mean, it certainly doesn't hurt. I would say it doesn't play a part like it would at Road America or some of the tracks with longer straightaways, but man, when you got cars out there that are this even, it really makes a big difference just to have that few extra reductions in drag going down the straightaway. You just got to watch your temps. On days like today, you really don't want to get your nose buried behind somebody in 100-degree temps and you know, have an engine issue. So something else to keep in mind.
Great battle back here for 6th place. That was Eric Jensen defending from Andy Smedgaard. Very, very well. Took the outside line through turn 11, then kept the inside through turn number 1. But for 2nd place, it's tightening up. 4-car battle for 2nd, and behind him for 6th, it's also going to tighten up. 3 cars behind Eric Jensen, or make that 2. Jensen, McGrew, and then Andy Smedgaard. So McGrew actually got by Smedgaard because Smedgaard got held up by Jensen. So a bit of an accordion effect here, but Smedgaard's not going to wait in the
No, we're going to have some good racing here. Towards the end of the race, all these guys are going to be slipping and sliding all over. We're going to have to see some good racing. Looks like Emil maybe dropping a tire. Tomo just driving away with it.
Yeah, Emil, again, dropping that tire. There's a lot of curbing at the exit of turn number 6, and there's a lot of holes around the curbing around here. If you drop a tire, you can bend and break stuff pretty easily. So.
Absolutely, and you really, it always catches you off guard just how slick it is on the outside. With these temps, you know, the line you would typically run here doesn't always work.
So keep in mind that, again, we're going to get an invert for race number 4. So the challenge becomes, Tomo's leading this race right now. If he goes on to win, he's going to get buried in the field. So think about the points on the weekend. Tomo's might essentially lock him up with 3 wins, and as well as the other front runners having some penalties earlier in the weekend.
Yeah,
but he's going to have some work to do in race 4.
I don't think anybody can. I mean, if he locks this race in first place, I think he's locked in the weekend. I mean, I don't want to jinx him or anything, knock on wood, but I mean, Tomo doesn't make a lot of mistakes.
No.
It's not his first time in a car, and you know, seeing him out front, I don't expect him to slide off the track or have any major issues. So.
And Tom comes from a professional racing background. He's raced in IMSA and won there, and has won championships in Pirelli World Challenge. Back behind Smedgaard and Jensen side by side at the exit of turn number 1, still battling door to door as they head into turn. As they work through turn 2, Smedgaard on the outside of Jensen. And slots back in line. Great battle for 6, and now it's a 4-car fight. There's Jeremy Swenson joining the party.
Yeah, that group's been battling the entire time. They really are really even battles with.
Whoa! Bit of a contact there. Smedgaard gets into the back of Eric Jensen. McGrew's going to
split 3 wide.
3 wide for position for 6th place. That was an amazing move, but Jensen hangs on. Smedgaard going to have to go the long way around, but McGrew's there now, side by side through 5 and 6. What a battle here.
Swenson just looking for an opportunity, waiting for somebody to make a mistake. He's doing a great job being patient. No reason to get your nose in there on a 3-card fight when you can just wait.
Yeah, Swenson watching this, smelling blood in the water, that's for sure. Through turn 7, 8, and 9 now.
Looks like Upham is benefiting from the battle going on behind him with Emil and Catil, and man, he needs to take advantage of all of it because those 2 cars are going to probably not fall off quite as much as his car with the weight.
Yeah, again, you see Emil Tab falling into the clutches of Eric Catil. I've heard Eric's car, even though it's front-wheel drive, the differential he's got in the way it's tuned, it actually turns better on throttle, which is not a typical front-wheel drive characteristic. So in the corners, Catil's car is actually set up pretty well, even though Emil's car is probably set up better in that regard with the rear-wheel drive platform.
Well, and things to keep in mind, I mean, Catil's got so many laps in the same car. I mean, he knows that car better than anybody, and he can it really shows. That guy is so consistent, so consistent.
And Eric Catil now going a bit defensive to keep Aaron Lichty behind. These are the two that over the course of the season are still, I think, the favorites to win the championship. Look at Swenson down the inside of Jensen through turn number 1. And a little bit later on the brakes, perhaps that big heavy Corvette should be getting by in turn 2 or 3, depending on how you cross this over. I'm surprised we haven't seen more leaders start on driver's right because turn 2 is a right-hander. You might want to do that now and then.
You know, it's tough to say. The problem is being driver's left going into turn 1 here, you can really get a good cut over the rumble strip, and I think you benefit more still by being on the left and getting that jump. You can clear somebody before turn 2.
So out front, it's still O'Gorman, but Upham was a little bit faster, about a 10th quicker last time by. Looking down the field, I think we're going to pop our heads in and see where some of the other drivers are. We'll check in on some of our big movers as we go back to the battle between, I think that's Luke McGrew and Andy Smedgaard, reigniting their battle after they had the run-in with Eric Jensen a couple laps ago. But they've sorted that out. Jensen's dropped back a couple spots. Got a little roughed up, but I think he'll continue and move on.
Most of those guys, I mean, they all are veterans out here, and, you know, they're not trying to have any contact, but when you're pushing that hard, you know, it happens.
And I think that's the Blue S2000 was that Andy Smedgaard that dropped off the race.
That looked like that was either Felipe or Jake.
Gotcha.
Coming down, who do we have? Looks like we have a car slow on the left-hand side here. Who?
Oh, that is Taylor Kajewski. That car has all of 89 horsepower, so she's doing the best she can.
Okay, well, and, maybe not having an issue, just giving her all she has.
So checking back in on some of her big movers, it looks like Brian Heitkotter has gone up 17 positions into 14th place. Now let's be real. This is real interesting because with the invert, we could go back as far as 15 to 20. So
right. We have no idea who could end up on the front. It could be anybody's game at this point. You just want to work your hardest to get yourself up in that top 20, top 15. That's going to benefit you the most.
Certainly is. And also checking in on some other drivers. Tiffany Kelly up 15 spots back in 30th place, continuing to climb up. Great run for her so far. Gary Wimble up 5. Max Toyer up 5 in the number 160. Good runs there. Joel Morrison up 22 spots from 44th to 22nd. So lots of drivers taking advantage of the very clean and competitive racing out there right now. We should be expecting a white flag anytime here, Justin. So
yeah, 12 minutes in. We got the battles have not stopped. I'm surprised that Swenson has not been able to find a hole between these two, but I mean, Luke and Smedgaard have been door to door since lap 1. So, man, they are just cannot find a way by. The cars seem so even.
And Luke McGrew.
We got somebody way off in the grass over here.
Oh wow, trying to see what car it is.
That's one of the front group there. Unless that was a lap down car.
Lap car. It might be Will Leahy.
Man, hopefully he comes.
Civic?
Hopefully he watches coming back on track. We've got cars coming by.
There will be a local yellow in that area until he's back on course. That was a topic of discussion earlier in the weekend, but so far so good. 4-way battle for second again. Oh, Tab way out in the dirty stuff. Got the marbles. That's going to open up the door for the hybrid racing EG of Eric Catil. Drag race down the backstretch, and here comes Aaron Lichty into the party for second place. Make that third place rather.
Yeah, you can definitely see Aaron coming out of turn 10 there. His tires are definitely struggling. I mean, knowing his line, he did not mean to go that wide, but sometimes you just don't have a choice. With these temps out here, you know, you're driving the car the way it wants to be driven. It's not typically driving the way that you want it to drive, but you don't have much of a choice. It's similar to race 4 last year here at Midwest Fest when we all ran on the wrong tire. We all went on rain tires, ended up drying up, and just drove around the track. It's like a slick track out there.
Yeah, white flag is out. Final lap around here at GingerMan Raceway for race number 3. I saw Jensen side by side again through turn number 1. He's had lots of action. Back to third place though. Tab and Catil still battling for position. Aaron Lichty right there behind. This could be a volatile position with Emil Tab all over the place. And look at Smedgaard defending from Jeremy Swenson.
Luke and Smedgaard still side by side. And I know out of that 4 group towards the front, Aaron is the only car out of that group that does not have ABS brakes. Yes. So that is not going to help him going into turn 11 on the final lap to try to go for that lunge. He's going to be, knowing Aaron, he's going to be extra careful anyway. Aaron doesn't want to put anybody in a compromising position, but the no ABS on this slick track is not going to help.
Jeremy Swenson now pulling even with Luke McGrew. Look at that V8 pulling on the Duratec swapped, basically a Ford Fusion motor in Luke McGrew's Miata. Big slide though for Swenson. Can McGrew pull alongside? Not quite. He'll have to tuck in behind as they head through turn number 7 and 8.
Man, these guys have been switching positions from the beginning. The question is, I don't think anybody's going to be able to catch Smedgaard at this point. He's pretty much pulled away. Here's Tomo just gone.
For Tom O'Gorman, back at NCM a couple months ago. He broke a winless streak in GLTC, and now he will come out of turn number 11. This will be his 4th win in a row, the 3rd this weekend. Tom O'Gorman claims it, 3 for 3 at GingerMan Spring Kickoff. Behind him, Upham 2nd, Emil Tab and Eric Catil. They were racing to the line. They will finish as they were, 3rd, 4th, Lichty 5th. Great battles there, Justin, but Tom O'Gorman, again, professional driver from a professional background, but in a professional racing setting, you have a team working on your car. In GLTC, you work on your car. And Tomo and ASM have built this thing to a winning competitive spec, and he's proven to be pretty unstoppable right now.
Yeah, he really did a great job driving around with that rewards weight and being able to manage the tires. It shows, you get someone in the car like Tomo who has that much experience. 150 pounds is weight, but not going to stop him from winning out here today.
Certainly is not. Also, take note of Brian Heikotter making it onto that list. That is phenomenal. Up 18 spots into 13th place. And that is prime for an invert. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I've not heard what the invert is just yet, but hopefully we'll stay on air here for a minute and get that information for you as the rest of the field comes across the line. There's Tiffany Kelly coming across, and she made up, as long as my timing is correct, about 15 spots up into 30th place. Good climb. And it's a busy racetrack out there. It's hard to make passes, Justin, but a lot of people making some big moves out there.
Yeah, it is. It's tough to move up in a field like that, especially when you want to try to keep it clean. And once again, another race. Man, 54-3, I don't know how many cars get out there, but clean racing. It is so nice to see, no wrecked cars out there, minimal people off track, just all around great driving.
I think this is one of the better races we've seen this weekend. Super competitive. The only contact I saw was a little nudge between Andy Smedgaard and Eric Jensen, and those guys are super competitive racers, and I think they're going to shake hands after that. That's the wonderful thing about GLTC, Justin, is you can do that after a race like this. While contact is never expected or wanted, but you can have a very solid race.
Whoa, and when you get guys that are this close together, sometimes it happens. And, knowing both those drivers, like you said, they're going to shake hands. Both cars weren't damaged. They were able to finish the race. Looks like we have Jake or Felipe.
That is the, trying to see if that's the 32. That is the 12 car.
That is tough to read. Hopefully able to get that car refired off on the grass.
So that is the 12 car, which on the timing and scoring.
That is Felipe.
That's Felipe. All right, so Gonzalez.
I don't think I see any damage on the car. Oh, it looks like the front bumper might be off on the right-hand side. I wonder if he had some kind of contact with somebody or if he just looped it.
Yeah, so hopefully it's repairable for race number 4, which is in a couple of hours. I have received information on what the invert will be for race number 4. The number is going to be 9. Now, that is going to set our grid order, and if I think my my race hero has changed around here, so let me pull up the results again. The driver that finished 9th was Eric Jensen. So Eric Jensen will be your pole sitter for race 4 alongside Luke McGrew. Row 2 is going to be Andy Smedgaard and Jeremy Swenson. Row 3, Aaron Lichty and Eric Catil. Row 4, Emil Tab and Ryan Upham. And Tom O'Gorman is going to start back in 10th spot, I believe. So that's going to be the shakeup we have for the 4th and final race of the weekend. But Justin, thanks for joining me here. Fantastic race, and thanks for being here and helping me out with my voice the way it is, but
hey,
super enjoyable.
Thanks for having me, Kyle. This has been a great time. It's odd that I get to watch this from the outside. Super cool race to watch, and glad to be here.
Yeah, so thanks again for joining us here in the FCP Euro Race HQ, and we'll roll the partners that help this all make this possible at the end. We appreciate you joining us. We've got more action coming up. We've got Time Attack, Drift, and then our final GLTC race of the weekend. Thanks so much for watching. We'll join you later today for race 4.
GridLife Live GLTC is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tires, competition-proven performance. MOMO, the official safety partner of GridLife. Hawk Brakes, race proven, street legal. Valvoline VR1 is available at Advanced Auto Parts stores.
We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Mike, one of the smiling faces in the FCP Euro Pickup Center, who assists customers whenever they have to come in and pick up their orders. Mike has an evolving collection of BMWs, including his beautiful E30 that often require maintenance, so he understands the importance of making sure that each customer gets quality parts. But Mike also underscores our value of making sure every customer has a fantastic buying experience here at FCP Euro. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
Welcome back to Grid Life Live. I'm Abram Schmucker here with my co-host for the Time Attack session. This is session number 2 today. This is Adam Nielsen of the 1010s podcast and also Grid Life Live. So
yeah,
we had a little bit of a break this morning. Time Attack session 1 did go out. A little bit cooler track, but not as much action as you might expect. And so we're here ready for session 2 with kind of back-to-back coverage between GLTC, Time Attack, and Drift for the rest of the day, I think.
yeah. There were a few people who improved a little bit in session 1, but nobody at the very top of classes, and no records changed. Jimmy Diggs. Significantly improving his time.
Oh, my.
And moving him into second in Club TR.
So what, if you recall, what times are we seeing?
Now you're asking me questions I don't remember.
Well, I mean, you're a Time Attack enthusiast.
Well,
I expect you to know.
I believe that Jackie was able to find like a 42.
Okay. Well, I'm sure Jackie was not driving. I'm sure it was Jimmy.
Oh, my bad. Jimmy was in a...
Other cars right now in P1 overall fastest of the event is Paul Curley in his recently street modified Corvette C5. I was talking to him a little bit, and he knows the data shows that if he gets things right, there's an improvement in time. He's just having trouble making sure that everything is perfect.
He's really, I think he's on a much narrower tire than he's used to in that car.
Absolutely.
And so I think he's struggling to find that. We noticed when we were watching it, he really kind of tiptoes, especially through corner 1. And I think he even said that himself, he has
one of the more rowdy Corvettes that it comes through our paddock. It's very loud, and it sounds very high-strung. It absolutely screams on track. Mm-hmm. But when he hits the braking zone into turn 1, the car, when it's not on load, is actually really quiet, or especially under that decel. And when he goes through turn 1, it's almost as if he's having to kind of coast through instead of drive through.
Yeah.
Which is that kind of balance of performance that you see by going to such a much narrower tire to be compliant for the class.
It's just a real low blow on the rule-making process.
Well, the rules are the rules.
Well, that's fair.
And I can confidently say that if Paul were allowed a 305 or a 315 tire, he'd be going really quick.
Yeah, so fast. He's ran track modified with us before.
Has,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. So
And really quick at Mid-Ohio. I think like 129s, 130s at Mid-Ohio, which is, banging fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here at GingerMan, he's been here a number of times. I think just in this competition environment, it's just about making sure that it comes together that one time just right.
It's cool that he's decided like let's try and play in this class.
Yep.
And
it's really good competition in the street modified group. A lot of really high end, well done builds that are still streetable.
I was excited to see Adam Ulrich this weekend in Street Mod with his Corvette as well. I know he had a bit of a family emergency he had to tend to, but was here and had to.
Well, I commend the commitment to the race weekend. He had a family issue, ran back to Dayton, Ohio, right here from GingerMan on Friday, and made the drive back last night. Got in at 1 o'clock this morning. And was ready to race this morning and had some trouble on track.
He's back again?
Yeah, he's here.
Oh, my gosh, I didn't know that.
But he had an incident in turn 10 this morning and was doing a little bit of cleanup between sessions. But let's hope to see him out here in session 2.
I didn't realize that he was back again.
Sometimes you just can't catch a break. Sometimes the weekend just goes that way. But hanging out with your buddies and having a good time hopefully will offset that, some of that difficulty on track.
Race car drivers are a different breed.
Gluttons for punishment, I think.
I don't know, man.
But it sounds like we're still a little quiet. We're waiting on the release of Time Attack A.
It just showed they were pulling a car into a flatbed.
Gotcha.
On track and
probably a little GLTC cleanup.
So it was an S2000. I'm not sure whose.
That looks like a Myriad car. A car that spun in 5,
yeah,
probably.
Right. So.
Looks like we'll get that one cleaned up here pretty quick and release A. Getting ready to go out. It is warm outside. When you are not in
track temperature.
When you're not in the shade, it's hot.
You need shade and a breeze, frankly.
Yep. And we're in the production booth here, and we got a shade and a little breeze, so it's not too bad.
So,
but. Excellent attendance this weekend. Really good racing in GLTC. Lots and lots of new faces and big fields and competitive driving all around. I really enjoyed watching the battle between Swenson and Luke McGrew and Smedegar because those are completely different chassis and setups and platforms. And it was nice to see things that close by the end of the race.
Last night, the paddock was quite alive, despite the fact that we didn't have power yesterday.
So if you were watching the live stream yesterday, I think things just cut to black in the middle of our broadcast, and we didn't know what happened. But as it turned out, the entire southwest part of Michigan just lost power.
Yeah.
So
I know South Haven. So one of my group of friends is in a hotel this weekend rather than staying at the track. And when they got back to the hotel, well after midnight, they were still without power.
Yep, I think the power came on in our RV at about 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
so
that's crazy.
Things still were pretty fun last night. I know that the Spec Fit crowd and the Team Brap Racing, those guys. They like to party.
Matt Williams campground area.
They do like to
party.
party.
Pretty rowdy last night. I was there for a while.
Lots of karaoke.
There was singing. There were lights. Thankfully, most of us have generators here, so it's a lot of Predator 3500s floating around the paddock.
Something we saw in GLTC is former Time Attack competitor Jeremy Swenson, and we've talked about him on the broadcast plenty of times over the years, but he's made this interesting transition. But as Time Attack nerds, I think first and foremost, Adam and I have talked about Jeremy's race strategy, which is Time Attack-esque of sorts, right? He, in order to win on a street tire setup, his strategy appears to be go run an excellent qualifying lap and start at the front, and then
it's harder to pass. It's harder to be passed.
Absolutely.
You get out in front, you kind of run your race, and
And so because of a couple of issues in race 1, he's been battling from the back or mid-pack for the remainder of this weekend, and it's harder to gain those positions because you're trying to save those times.
He's done a decent job of it nonetheless.
Absolutely. So I don't know what the inversion will be for race 4, but it will be exciting to see what happens at the front because Tom O'Gorman appeared to have run away with the race and in race 3, and seeing an inversion will give him some work to do for race 4. So we see cars rolling out onto track for this first Group A session. And
Eric Streeter's Caterham there on screen. What a cool little car. Do you know what engine's in that by chance?
What's that?
In Eric Streeter's Caterham. Do you have any idea what engine that has?
I think it's a Honda K24.
Okay.
And I do know that in a couple of years ago, Alex Moss, when he was running in street class, had a 4-piston racing built high compression engine. He sold that to Eric Streeter for Eric to build another car, which I think will be running in track mod in a year or two.
Eric's got a collection of cars. I talked to him a few years ago at a GingerMan event, and he's got a small collection of wild original Mini Coopers.
Yeah.
And I believe he's the owner of the Beastie Hatch Civic that used to be a GRIDLIFE regular.
Oh, really?
I think it's his car.
Interesting.
I think.
And I know that he's a Lotus.
He's a Lotus enthusiast.
Yep.
Yes. So he's got that 211.
Yep.
And this Caterham Lotus 7, whatever you want to call it, and yeah.
One of my favorite things about him in this car is it's so light. It's decently quick, a really good track car. Maybe not necessarily the best unlimited time attack car, but he likes driving it, and it weighs nothing, and it's low usage on consumables, and for that, it's a lot of fun. So let's see if we follow Paul around here. He should make his way into turn 11. Hopefully hot here, but doesn't look like. It looks like he's getting it there just a little bit. He's on a hot lap, coming around, start-finish, on his way into turn 1.
That car sounds so glorious at full chat.
It really does.
It is
getting loose in 1
there
on the exit.
Go.
Thank you to the drone footage covering this car.
Gosh.
This is excellent. Watching him come out of 2, kind of, always forward but never straight. The rear end of the car does like to step out a little bit.
Paul
especially on 275 wide tires.
Paul knows on the data that car has a sub 130 in it. So, and I know that's the focus for a lot of street mod competitors.
It's kind of it's like a bounty of sorts. I think people are dying to get there first.
Absolutely.
And there's been some attrition in the street mod class here this weekend, and Paul's kind of the last person running and trying to get it.
Yeah, it'd be cool. Like this is his first street mod event, isn't it?
And we talked to him in the paddock just before release, and he was saying that this has been kind of a last-minute effort to put this car together for this event, and he wants more time to test and drive on these tires and this setup to try and get things perfect for the future events.
Just kind of looking at GLTC times from the last race, they were all down a little bit over races from yesterday, so you kind of draw the conclusion that the track isn't really there. But if Paul can put it together, that would be absolutely incredible.
So I would expect to see him coming around turn 11 here before too long, finishing his first flying lap, 133.9.
A 133.9.
So he probably will not be happy with that, but it's still a really fast lap.
Dan Foley running a 130. Oh man, I think that's our fastest lap this weekend. So that unlimited Evo 10 there.
So it looks like Mike Almick is another street mod competitor running a 135.8. That could be a personal best for him.
That's a good time for him. Yeah, that's getting in there.
And Josh Halka running close to a personal best, 37.9. I think his best is a 37.7.
He's the current street class record holder.
Alex Arteat in Street GT running, I think it's an M3.
Yeah, I think so.
39.2, good time for him. And Chris Bickford in the Corvette, also in Street GT, 140.3. So close competition in Street GT this weekend. But lots of these times clustered together. I mean, this is
Ben Lynn with a 139.9. We haven't seen him much on track this weekend. So, oh no!
That'll be a red flag here, real quick.
Oh no, that is a big fire. Oh, such a beautiful car for that. Oh, that is heartbreaking.
So, very grateful that Dan's out of the car safely.
Oh, no.
Not sure where he's parked, but that'll be red here right quick. Let's hope all the drivers get slowed down immediately.
After a personal best, too. That's...
So I would expect quite a long break here as we
Yeah.
put this fire out and wait to clean up.
Oh, my gosh.
That's awful.
Looks like he's got a fire extinguisher on board at least. Certainly one of the best safety crews in the country out here today.
Yeah, it's, depending where you are on track, though, it's sometimes hard because it feels like forever, even though people are rushing.
Yeah.
But it does look like smoke's clearing up a little bit. I'm grateful that that fire will be at least slowing down because of that extinguisher. So, probably a little bit of a break here. We wait and clean up this car, and I would expect that that's probably the end of the session.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Couple of hot laps for these drivers.
Yeah, there were some really good times. That was starting to look promising. So,
but David Calzada consistently running in the 135s, like dead nuts, reliable, consistent 135s.
Kind of looked over that car yesterday or last evening. What a clean, gorgeous build.
Yeah. K-Power has been doing some really neat stuff recently, and Tim Levine has a BRZ that's been K24 swapped, and if you look at it with the hood open, it
looks like a factory car.
It looks factory. It's very cool.
Yeah.
Where is that on track? Is that like coming into 3? Probably.
Not sure. That's Spectator Hill behind him, so.
Oh, it's on its way out of 6.
Out of 6.
Bummer.
So yeah, that's like a long ways away from from the safety crews to start with. So.
But 38.3 for Team Twitch was also a pretty good lap. I think he's chasing personal best there as well.
38.0 yesterday, so a 138.0 resetting that rear-wheel drive street class record.
Looks like cars black flag now on their way into the pits. Expecting some cleanup here. Maybe we can take a step away and thank our partners for helping us produce this awesome broadcast.
on this weekend for a little?
You know it. I'm in desperate need of some.
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting the wedding. She's getting married, so.
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. STA-BIL 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
The next generation of auto detailing is here, where simplicity meets performance. 303 Graphene Nanospray Coating. Get a year of protection from a powerful graphene oxide formula. A formula that sends water flying off surfaces, keeping water spots at bay. Go beyond wax, beyond ceramic. Graphene Nanospray Coating from 303.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take John, our quality assurance specialist. He's normally found in the distribution center quality checking your orders, but he's also often found out on track in his Audi TTRS, putting parts that we sell to the test, such as upgraded track pads and suspension components. John understands how important it is for you to trust the quality of your parts, whether at the limit or just simply going to the grocery store. If you want to learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast's choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Welcome back to Grid Life Live, Track Battle Session 2 of Sunday. This is Group B on track. Following a little bit of a cleanup in Group A, we just saw on the screen a car that you are very into. The ZZP.
Yes.
4-cylinder Camaro.
4-cylinder Camaros. I'm still convinced it's a street class ringer with the right work. So I think it makes the power. It definitely has the chassis. I think it's got it in it.
So tell me more about that car, or tell the listeners if they're not familiar, because that's kind of an oddball car.
So it's a 2-liter turbo, an Ecotec. Same motor they've used in a lot of other platforms, so which is kind of nice because that means that there's been some decent amount of development on it. It's the Alpha chassis, which has proven to be a really great handling chassis. It's what they use in the Camaro, the ATS-V, stuff like that. I think if I were buying one, I would buy mine not 1LE spec, because you're probably going to change all the things that make it 1LE spec to begin with, and so then you're just spending extra money to pull it off and sell it on Facebook Marketplace anyway.
Right, of course.
Because you're going to change your suspension setup and stuff like that, and that's pretty much what the 1LE gets you anyway. Except maybe brake package, but still, I think you can work your way through that. There's plenty of brake packages out there for Camaros. But yeah, you know, with the street class rules, you're allowed to change things like cams and stuff like that. There are aftermarket cams out there. I know I was talking to Tyler, who's the competitor with this car here, and it makes something like 350 wheel.
It's plenty for that class.
Yeah, which I think is
what about weight? What does the car weigh?
I don't remember exactly what they weigh, but I know that like the 4-cylinder 1LE is somewhere around 200 or 300 pounds lighter than the 6-cylinder 1LE.
No
which
kidding.
Was shocking to me.
Wow.
Or maybe it was the not 1LE was that much lighter than the 6-cylinder 1LE, because I know my friend Dalton Klein, who has the 6-cylinder 1LE car, they were talking about him, and there's quite a weight difference.
So we see driver Jimmy Diggs here on track in Club TR, who I think is
second in class,
or second?
if I'm correct.
Assuming that Evan is probably first?
No, still Ben Thorne.
Oh, right.
Ben Thorne's first. Then Evan, I believe, third, and Ryan Seiler just right there behind him. So I think there's only
good
a
competition
few tenths
for sure
separating them. And that was just Race Hero times. I don't know necessarily our official, and that was just me kind of watching them as I was watching the racing. So
all the cars quite a bit off pace here. Ben running a 49, which is about 10 seconds lower than I think where he expects to be.
Yeah, he was in the low 140s is his current personal best for the weekend. So
I think it was at our Grid Life Taco Track Day on Cinco de Mayo this year that he got off the trailer and ran a 39.
He has ran a 39.
I'm
here
almost
at
certain
Trim.
of it. Yep.
Interesting. So yeah, that would be the goal here for all of those guys, I'm sure, is to get that sub 140 mark.
So a couple of really interesting looking cars. I think this Integra in particular, I kind of like it.
He's a local to me, actually.
Who's that?
Grant Davidson, another Club TR competitor. So someone who really quickly, from the outside looking in, for me, I'm just kind of Facebook friends with him. I'm not even sure we've ever met or been introduced person to person, but I think he's fairly new to the track scene, and his ramp up in progression, not only as a driver but with the car itself, was really fast.
Some people just take to it.
Yeah, he was like, "Yep, this is what I'm doing." So, which is cool. It's neat. He's very young, so it's. I know that Grid Life is really focused on trying to pull the younger crowd into this and get them out on track, and I think he is a success story in that.
That's awesome.
So
a couple of unique builds here. It's I think that's an STI swapped Forgestar.
Yep. Yeah.
with a big old wing on it.
Yes. I love the boxy look of that Forster. It's so hilarious.
So it looks like driver making his way down, I think, into turn 3, which is a tricky corner for sure. And there's terrain here that you really don't see or feel unless you're out there walking.
Yeah. There's a lot more run out on 3 than you kind of expect as you're coming through the corner.
Yep.
You have to just trust that it's there.
Yep.
Because you can't see it. Because the track kind of rolls away from you.
So drivers making their way through 5 and 6. There are a couple of approaches with how you can take that pair of corners. Some drivers do kind of a continuous radius approach, and others, depending on the drivetrain, may do something like drive hard into 5 and then just V cut 6. But I think it depends on the chassis which will be optimal.
Yeah, that fact, but just sell that stuff, get a small little house, maybe even live in the RV. Viper.
It's not a bad idea. I'm not going to say that it's a good idea, but it's certainly not a bad one. Looks like your buddy Ryan Seiler here on track, running decently well. 143 is not quite enough to make it onto the podium, I don't think.
Ben Thorne improving his time from earlier in the session on 141. I'm seeing if that's good enough for.
I'm kind of surprised to see the lead car out on the first lap turn a slow one. I wonder what the scenario was.
Yeah, it's hard to say. They kind of all were, so I don't know if there was something going on there. Or.
And car number 14, Cal Fortner, is driving the loudest car in the grid, probably.
That is an improvement for Ben. His personal best as of yesterday was a 141.4. So just a small improvement, but an improvement nonetheless. Still not that 39 we're looking for.
Yeah, I think midday conditions are always tough.
Right.
A lot of the time it's, Sunday morning is in time attack. Sunday morning is anticipated to be the prime session.
Right. Kind of have all the bugs shaken out. You're feeling comfortable on the track. The temperatures are there. That's when things hopefully go together.
And frustratingly, if you don't do it on Sunday morning, you're almost on the back foot, and now you're trying to make up for lost time because the number of chances that you have are less.
Yeah, that's hard.
So we'll kind of see things reset. We're in session 2 of the day. One more session, I think, expected at around 3:20, and that'll be it for the time attack. And it's been kind of a strange weekend, not typical for what we expect to see with cars breaking records all the time. I think we're getting to a point now where those records they're hard to get.
So it seems I was a little wrong. Ben Thorne must have gone out earlier this morning and ran a 141.1.
Okay, so kind of right on pace, but not much improvement over where he's at. Who else is on track here? Jimmy Diggs with a 141.9. It's a pretty fast time.
That's an improvement on his time from this morning. He ran a 42.4 this morning.
Okay. So
that puts
within
him second in class.
Within 8/10.
Puts him second in class. Just looks like Grant Davidson managed to get into the 41s this morning as well. So
Grant a little slower this session with a 45.6.
Yeah. Must be having some trouble out there. So
Audi's so loud.
Yeah, you can hear that.
we can hear it in our headsets.
What
it's
an
so
incredible car.
It's a supercharged Audi S4. It's V8.
It does not sound like an Audi should. Stereotypically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's very loud.
It's very American V8 sounding.
100%. And it's also an unbelievably heavy car.
Yes.
So not
all-wheel
the
drive,
best
V8
time attack platform
chassis
to start with, maybe. But people like to build what they like to build, and they come out here and run. And Cal's always out here having fun.
They've been running that car for quite a few years.
Couple years,
so
yep.
It's been quite the
evolution. And when the weather does decide to change and get rainy, Cal's usually the first person in the grid to go out and turn some laps.
That's fair. That all-wheel drive system. I used to have an Audi myself, and that was its saving grace. It was pretty okay in the wet and the snow. So I never had the money to put decent tires on it. That was the biggest problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think the challenge for Cal is running a big, heavy all-wheel drive car on 255 tires. It's tricky.
I'm sure it really eats some tires.
Yeah, almost certainly. But also, it means that if you're going to do a fast lap, it almost has to be lap 1. Because by the time you get to lap 2, the temperature is too hot.
Right.
And the pace just won't be there.
Right.
And so I think that's a different kind of pressure for the event. It's not like you're going to expect to get it on lap 7.
It's kind of like autocross pressure, you know, where you have much more limited chances to put it all together.
Yep. And so some of that will be race strategy. You know, if you don't get it on lap 1, maybe you come in, try and cool the car in whatever way you can, and then go back out in the latter part of the session to give it another chance. But going out and continuing to turn lap after lap will almost certainly pay no dividends.
Checker flag for this session coming a little short, probably thanks to that cleanup. But
track temp 108. I'm not sure how that's measured, but it seems hot.
It's very hot. Not ideal.
Definitely not.
No, and apparently with the drought, the track being, this area is very dusty, and I think that really played into that track not really being there earlier this weekend.
Yep. I did have the pleasure of going out into a drift car yesterday. That was my first experience.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and
how'd that go?
It was fun.
Did it ruin you?
I don't know.
Are you gonna drifty boy?
No, I don't think so. It was a unique and fun experience, but I don't know what the term is. Like I think it's manji. Like when you're
where they're going
weaving
back and forth down the straightaway.
Between 2 and 3.
Yeah.
A lot of that, and I was like, we're gonna crash.
Yeah. Right.
And we don't.
I don't know how they keep that.
I have no idea.
Between the white lines, it's crazy.
So I had the opportunity to go out and ride with my friend Pete Collins, who's also a time attack driver, but likes drifting
more. A car
more.
I really wish we saw more of.
The MS7.
Yes.
It's a very, very cool track mod prep car, big aero, very, very pretty car.
What a wild machine.
But he likes drifting more.
That's really too bad.
We went out, we did a session, we kind of burned through some tires, and when we came in, he was like, doesn't this make you want to do it in a high power car? And I was like, nope, I'm good. This felt fast.
It's amazing what corner speed they're able to maintain.
Yeah,
still,
absolutely.
Nonetheless,
and it's just a wild experience.
Yeah, yeah. I know someone who's really talented in it. It's way less violent than you think it might be.
Yep. And I guess something else is, when you walk through those corner speeds, if you were out on track doing grip driving, and the tail end of the car stepped out on you like that, that would be like an uh-oh moment.
Right.
In the drift work, that's what they're going for the whole time.
See, I think it's hard to get the amount of track time to do this, but drifting as a skill is really handy.
Yeah.
As a grip driver as well.
In the same way that we try to do GRIDLIFE Ice Battle every year.
Right.
And
something I'll never partake in.
Oh man, it's something.
I spend enough time in the cold at work. I'm not doing it on my weekends.
So a few years ago, we did GRIDLIFE Ice Battle, and I'm not exaggerating. I mean, maybe this is more common in Iowa than it is in Indiana, but the air temperature without the wind chill in the morning that we did Ice Battle was minus 26.
Yeah.
That's cold.
Yeah. It's miserable.
But we had 50 or 60 cars
there.
out running Ice Battle. It was silly.
So gross.
But looking at the schedule for the remainder of the day, we are getting ready to send out Time Attack Group C. We'll be followed shortly by Drift, always fun. And then finally GLTC Race 4, more Drift, and then concluding the weekend competitively with TrackBattle at 320. Drivers making their way into the paddock, finishing the session. We're getting ready to release TrackBattle Group C. So I am going to be keeping my eye on spec fits for Time Attack C.
Right.
Because there were 8 or 9 entries this weekend, and it's just the silliest, most fun thing. And a train of fits out on track just looks...
Yeah. A friend of mine who I knew in high school that lives now in Chicago, he came down here this weekend to visit a few of us, and I was standing there with him during the first Time Attack session this morning, and we were watching all the fits roll out, and he's like, what? Like, those are daily drivers. Like, yeah, no, they literally are.
That's the point.
Yeah, and I said that's the whole thing. They put tires and pads on them, and they go out there and they have the best time. He goes, that's so crazy. Like, he was really surprised and impressed by the fact that literally anything you show up with has a place to be.
100%. And here we are talking about time attack and these crazy times and chasing sub 130s.
Yeah.
And by comparison, if you're talking about 152, 153 in a fit, sounds really slow by comparison. But I can say with confidence that, like, if you jumped into a car and tried to get a 153 in a fit, it'd be almost impossible. You'd have to be perfect.
You got to work at it.
And so, like, that's where the challenge is.
Yeah.
So drivers making their way down the track for their warm-up lap, getting ready to take green flag as they roll past start-finish. Lots of fits hopefully out on track this session. Have you ever driven one?
I don't know that I've ever been in a fit.
They're the silliest.
Yeah. We're kind of looking for a new daily for my wife, and I think it's too small for what she really wants, but I would really like it if that's what she had.
Now, you might be surprised.
Right.
The name Fit is apt.
Right.
Because, quite frankly, everything fits.
She desperately wants back in a minivan.
Well, I mean, you can consider an Odyssey minifan just a big fit.
Right. That's kind of what we're looking at is Odysseys. So
I love my Odyssey. It might be the greatest car that's ever been produced by humans.
I forgot you are an Odyssey owner, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's just full on living the dad life. Have you got a pair of New Balances yet?
No.
Oh,
just
come on,
these
man.
here.
Step it up.
Well.
We had a full conversation about, like, the New Balance life, because I live that life despite not owning a Corvette.
Have you considered owning a Corvette?
I have, yes. Don't get me wrong. I want a C4 because, again, I like terrible things. But New Balances are great. You should really look into it.
So who else on track here? Tom Halka in his, I think the debut of his, I think it's a 2.5 RS.
I think they had that at NCM.
Is that right?
I think they did.
Who else? It's FCP Euro guy, Nathan Brown.
Yeah.
Big lover of the Slip Angle podcast. We love him for loving Slip Angle.
Right. We love FCP Euro for doing all the things they do.
So we've got the Track Addict app running, streaming us some telemetry, getting real-time speeds as he makes his way through, I guess, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That is too cool.
It is pretty cool.
That is too cool.
Making now on his way through 10. Turn 10 is off camber, and it's always slower than you think it's going to be. It seems like it should be a high grip corner, and it is just not. Fits. Beep, beep. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, something like that. All out on track, having the best time. Oh, look, more.
They just keep coming.
I wonder if they release them in the pack on purpose.
I would be shocked if they don't grid together on purpose.
Someone, James Morgan, one of our grid leads,
yes,
offered me the keys for this weekend. I got to find some time to drive a fit.
You're running out of that time, you know.
In one of the DE sessions. But always brings a smile to my face. And I always get frustrated because I know I should drive better.
Yeah, well, it's hard because in order to master something, you have to do it a lot, and you have to do it regularly.
Yep.
And so it's hard to get to that pointy end of driving without really just buckling down and doing it constantly.
And I think our motorsport lead, Adam, will say the same thing, where loves to drive, but it's challenging to make time at events like this.
Absolutely.
To drive for yourself.
Absolutely.
And so on some occasion, we do try to get away and support other events just so that we have the opportunity to drive without the responsibility of the competition side of grid life.
I think that's one of the cool things about sim racing, and it's at like its adoption rate for track people. It's not exactly the same, but it's enough that it keeps that memory.
Sure.
You know, it keeps those muscles loose, and it's really important, I think. You guys have had such a successful time with your e-racing series.
Yeah, and it's fiercely competitive.
It is.
It is hard to do well.
I've tuned in and watched a few of the live streams here and there when I have the time, and I mean, it's just as good as the real thing.
So we've got Nathan Brown back on the telemetry, but pulling into the pits, it looks like.
Oh,
so,
no. Oh, no.
Little bit slow on the telemetry on his way into the pit lane.
That's not the telemetry we're looking for sure.
But Fitz starting to roll around. Pete Lindbergh with a 202. I'm not sure how many times he's been here. James Morgan with a 201. So getting a little bit quicker, but pretty far away from Matt Williams' track record here.
Yeah.
Or, I guess it's
Tom Meeks. Tim Meeks? Somebody else.
Chad Meeks.
Chad.
I think it's Chad Meeks. 53s are the time to beat. Team Brapp with a 54.8. It's pretty close. Those guys just started using data to try and improve their own driving ability, and they've really kind of dug in and put their study caps on.
Yeah,
to try and find
my group
some
of friends aren't the best with that. We have a solo in the group. We have a few Apex pros in the group, but we're not very good about like getting off track, grabbing the thing, and really looking at it.
So Nathan back on track. Maybe came in just to get a little bit of space.
It's possible. I think that's a strategy not enough people use.
Yeah, I think it's really important, especially.
Like, oh, I couldn't get space.
You kind of have to know what you need as a driver.
Yeah.
And if you're the kind of person that'll get frustrated or put off by the car being in front of you, potentially messing with what you want to do, it's really advantageous to know that and take a step back and say, hey, like I need some space. Roll in, ask for space, and almost certainly there's a huge gap available somewhere on track for you.
Right. I used to use that track addict app when I was autocrossing.
Yeah.
Super fun to use.
I think it is the primary data system that Ferris Khartoumi uses in his car.
Cool.
He has it running on a big Android display tablet thing, and it's like the main part of the center console in his car.
Yeah, I've seen that. So, amazing what they can do with applications these days.
Yeah.
Such a cool thing.
I mean, I remember when I first started driving on track, like getting a data system at that time was really clunky, and it was hard to.
You're looking at
it was hard to do a lot
huge
with
sums of money.
And now these data tools available are collectively making everyone faster, which is really exciting and I think rewarding because drivers get to see their own development. So Nathan there on a cool down a little bit. I think it was like 219 on that lap, but appears to be going hot again, but is chasing Tom Halka here. So unless he's able to make a pass cleanly, which may happen right here.
There it is.
Not too affected by traffic in that spot. Looks like we're peaking right around 87 miles an hour. Not quite fast enough to go back in time, but almost.
The telecommunications and technology geek in me is like just fascinated by the fact that we can do this. This is insane to me. The live time update on that is really impressive.
So Matt Williams with a 58.8 off his pace for sure. Your buddy Dalton Klein with a 50.574.
I think the best we've seen out of him is somewhere in the low 49s. So unfortunately, he's off pace for his strategy of just going out and trying to get points towards his track mod championship, because he managed to win the track mod event overall at NOLA in 2021, and his car is currently in the shop, and so he's just trying to get laps to get points. And I believe the way your point system is scored is 100 points to the winner, correct?
Correct.
And then you knock off basically 10 points for every second.
That's right.
And so he's like, I know I'm not going to win this. I'm just trying to stay within 10 seconds of whoever is winning this.
Sure.
So that I can continue to add points to my season.
So what I think you maybe said this already. What is he driving where he's running 150s?
He is in his V6 1LE Camaro, his daily driver.
We got to tell him to go faster.
I know. That's what I keep telling him. Like,
Man.
that car's got a a low 140 in it, pick it up.
100%.
Yeah.
10th Gen Civics will go faster than that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So, lots of fits rolling around here. Love those guys. Best karaoke paddock.
What a wild night.
It was.
It was fun. If you're not at GridLife, you're missing out.
If you're not hanging out at the Matt Williams Team Brap.
Well, I don't know that there were very many people in the paddock last night that weren't. That got real crowded for a while.
I think it was
getting real rowdy.
The whole crowd was doing the karaoke singing at the same time.
Yeah, it was awesome. A lot of fun. We're just a few paddock spots over from him, and I was pretty much ready to go to bed. But I'm like, well, too close for this to ever work, so I guess I just as well hang out here for a little longer.
Absolutely. There's Dalton there in the orange car.
Yeah.
Orange Camaro.
Yes. In a perfect world, everything he owns would be orange.
Is that right?
Yes.
Was trailer's not orange?
No. Neither is his truck because they won't sell it to him that way. He tried.
So, to my knowledge, Dalton is also the only person that purchased the giant Adam Jabay sticker that GridLife sold a few months ago.
Yes, the giant.
I mean, what is it, like 6 feet across, probably?
I want to say it was like 72 by 80 or something like that.
It's an extraordinarily large print of Adam Jabay making a cylinder.
And it is a fascinatingly detailed print. Fun fact, he was chewing spearmint gum that day. That's how good that picture is.
And actually, that is Adam's face. That is part of that big print.
So happy.
But about 12 minutes into this session, expect the checker to come here before too long. James Morgan improving there now to a 57.8. Well, that's probably close to a personal best for him in that car because he's only had it for a couple of months.
Right.
I will be getting a fit myself probably next month.
Oh?
I will.
You going to bite the bullet? That's going to be the daily?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
I have an 8th Gen Civic Si Mugen Edition, which I think is weird and cool.
Yep.
Not really a car that it'll ever appreciate in value, I don't think.
No, but it's still special.
Yeah, it's neat.
Yeah.
And, like, people know what it is, and it's cool. I would like to take it to Al's Auto Body and have things cleaned up on it because it's got 140,000 miles, and it's been kind of beat up and abused. But I don't want to make it a pure track car, but what I do want is I want it to be ready to go to the track. And so, like, as my daily and commuter car, it's maybe I'm lazy. I just don't want to spend the time doing more of that prep work to be ready. And it would be convenient if I could just throw it on my tow dolly and pull it behind my RV to an event like this and get the opportunity to drive it.
It sounds to me like you're building a Club TR car.
You know what? I talked with Ryan Finch about 8th Gens in Club TR, and I think 8th Gens would be tough to put at the pointy end.
Are you going to keep the engine that's in there?
Probably.
So that's a K20?
It is a K20.
Correct.
Yep, and I've talked with Andy Smedegaard, who's kind of the go-to person for swaps, and we talked about what a K24 would do and how expensive it would be. It's price accessible, so it's not too bad, but like what you get, I mean,
it's questionable gains.
Yeah, I mean, you would get some for sure, but actually, Ryan Finch and I traveled to Barber in January to do a track day down south, and we co-drove my car, so we split an entry. And by the end of the weekend, I felt like I was driving pretty well, but Ryan was 2 seconds faster than I was.
Right.
And so I guess my attitude at the moment is that there's no sense in attempting to modify a car to make it go faster if I'm not driving fast yet. Yep. So focusing on driving and just getting a little bit better.
You don't have the time to compete anyway.
I don't.
No. So but it's still fun to just be able to have a car that's take out in an advanced session here.
And attempt to be fast.
Right. Enjoyment is more important, though.
But it is, I mean, I think driving front-wheel drive Civics is a lot of fun. It's not a coincidence that many people at our events do that.
Right. GridLife was kind of built on Hondas.
Well, I think there's something to be said about knowing that you can just jump in the car, turn the key, and go out and turn laps. And I've done the high-strung competition car before, and it's just it's fun, but in a different way. But it's also sometimes it's work, right? Like you're here because you want to compete and you want to do your best, and the enjoyment is different. It's still fun, but it's different. And in a slow car that's mega reliable, the intent is just to go out and just drive hard.
I'm not going to lie to you. If I had the budget, there is no doubt in my mind I'd be here in the most high-strung car I could possibly build, hoping to finish a lap and thrashing on it in between.
Well, I know that you have a history
more.
of keeping cars in a state of repair.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that would go very well for you.
Yeah. To me, I don't know why, but there's something magical about Time Attack to me, and the idea of chasing after that one little bit and trying to get there.
So that, I guess, concludes Time Attack Group C. I hear drift cars starting up and rolling their way into grid. So I would expect that drift should be coming up here right quick. So we'll take a minute, step away, and wait for our drift announcers to step in and say thanks to our partners that help us produce this broadcast.
GridLife Live Time Attack is brought to you by Falken Tire, competition proven performance, 303 Performance, premium protectants and cleaners exceeding expectations since 1980. STA-BIL, ready, willing, STA-BIL. Forgestar, the official wheel partner of GridLife Time Attack. HP Tuners, connect, read, edit, write, drive.
Still on this weekend for a little.
You know it. I'm in desperate need of some.
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting the wedding. She's getting married, so.
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. STA-BIL 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
The next generation of auto detailing is here, where simplicity meets performance. 303 graphene nanospray coating. Get a year of protection from a powerful graphene oxide formula. A formula that sends water flying off surfaces, keeping water spots at bay. Go beyond wax, beyond ceramic. Graphene nanospray coating from 303.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take John, our quality assurance specialist. He's normally found in the distribution center quality checking your orders, but he's also often found out on track in his Audi TT-RS, putting parts that we sell to the test, such as upgraded track pads and suspension components. John understands how important it is for you to trust the quality of your parts, whether at the limit or just simply going to the grocery store. If you want to learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast's choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Hey everyone, welcome back to GingerMan Raceway. We're here for the GRIDLIFE Spring Kickoff, Season Kickoff event.
Yeah.
We got drift cars taking the track.
Yeah, this is the drifting session. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We got Carlos Matos memes now, baby. Wow, you spelled both of our names. Okay, that's
wrong.
intentional. Oh, here's Chris. We're drifting.
We're starting
Chris the
off
Force
with a
Forsberg.
hammer. Chris the Force Forsberg.
Let's see what he's going to get up to right here, what he's going to put down. We're going to pick it up, whatever he's putting down.
On board with Shepsta.
Yep. All right, we're in the infield. That was a nice little e-brake initiation there. And he's linking that shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Plumes of smoke.
Look at that car. It's just a long boy. It's got that DTM touring style.
Yeah, in the Ultimaniac. There goes a E30 wiping the frame real quick. I think we're looking at right here our main section of track that we'll be looking at on this stream. So it's the first section, turns 1, 2, maybe a little bit of 3, are the main drift sections on this track, GingerMan Raceway in the Midwest, some flyover state I've never heard of before.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's Will Rogie. I'm Brandon Cotto. And let's see. I pulled up the YouTube app so I can read comments like real live streamers. So if you have anything dumb to say it on here, and maybe we'll say it on the internet.
Whoa!
What's up?
Thank you for Morgan for those great graphics.
Yeah, Morgan
appreciate it.
What? Oh my God. He keeps popping up in different spots. Well, I guess if you're looking at us this long, that means nothing's happening yet. But I hear something. Let's see. Someone's coming up somewhere. Here we go. Christopher Forsberg dropping in. FPV, Shepsta FPV.
This car is wild. Look at the smoke just pouring out of that back hatch.
Hell
Here we are with Justin Shreve, a.k.a. Panner Faust, a.k.a. Buttersticks.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Going
Look
up
at
the
that
hill
car,
now.
just effortless, man. Just down that long back straight. That is not a corner. He is just linking that with a big old Monty. Whoa!
Shaker engaged, getting that.
That was savage. I like when Shepsta gets that little front, leading him for a second there, and then gets back behind with that FPV follow cam. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, I wonder if that messes with people's head when they see the FPV dropping in front like that.
Oh, here we go. We got
here we
people
got
on
people on the wall. Yeah.
Oh, this is
someone
big time drip drop from that S13 there. Just
there
barely
go,
cut the tails.
I tried to
E46 coming through there. We got some. This is some Japanese style people on the wall.
Yeah, that's how it needs to be.
That's
we
how
need
it needs
energy.
to be. You gotta hype up the drivers. Let them know.
100%. Get them out of their heads. Get them into their drift cars. You know what I'm saying? This guy, sick wheels, sick, beautiful paint. It's actually one color. That's pretty rare nowadays. Getting jiggy with it. This looks like turn 4, the tree turn.
Yeah, here we go. Chucking a couple manjis.
Yep, nice. Getting into the back straight. Super long. That corner looks really tricky because it's a really wide corner and really fast.
And we're really bad drifters. So
here we go. Here's the Gold Diggers coming in hot.
To us.
Nice. That looks like it was Dan in front. I can't remember who has the... There's 2 E46s on this team. Gold Diggers are based out of Illinois. 2 E46s, they're the main dudes. Been driving for years. 2 350Zs. One's a 1J and one's a V. Who? What? What?
Looks like he has a pretty sick little follow cam. That might be a 360
Oh, dude.
cam on the hood. My wife doesn't believe me that I can fly FPV.
All right. Oh, here we go. Here's turn 1. Let's see who's coming up.
See if anything's coming down the pipe, man.
No.
Can you imagine driving down that 90 to 100 miles an hour and you chuck it in right by the wall and then you're in turn 1 here?
Yeah, and that's a pretty narrow right-hand 90-degree little clunker right there. The pigeons.
And this is mostly sand out here, so you don't want to end up on the beach.
Exactly. We didn't bring our swim trunks today. You didn't bring a towel. We probably brought sunscreen, but that shit's bad for the ocean anyway, so don't put that on. Sorry, YouTube, demonetized again. Look at me, 10 out of 10. All right, here we go with the Z3 chucking it in.
I want to see these guys on the wall. I want to know who's out there hyping them up.
Oh, here we go. Getting jiggy with
Oh,
it. Dirt drop.
wow.
Oh,
V
right back
aggressive.
into it.
Big
Right
slide.
back into it. Come on.
Just slapping at it, trying to get
just
it
on
back
the
in
wheel.
there.
Here we go. This guy, I looked him up because I'm antisocial and I didn't want to walk the pitch. His name's Doug Doge.
Doug Diamond Doge Hands.
Doge Hands. No, wait, Diamond Hands. Yeah, Dirk Doge. If you don't believe me, it's on Instagram on GRIDLIFE right now. There's a post with his car that's pretty cool. It's like a triple frame. He's killing it this weekend. Just
One of the
smoking
2
tires.
Mustangs out here.
Yep. Look at it.
You can just see it
Just
transitioning right around the center axis there, too.
Yeah.
Pretty wild.
This is kind of where American grassroots drifting is heading, I think, because Mustangs are going to be becoming more popular and cheaper. Oh my gosh! That's what I'm talking about. That proximity, baby! Killing the game.
Okay,
Gold Nuggets coming in hot, slicing up GingerMan.
Oh, Shepsta. About to land on the hood.
Looks like he's trying to clip that GoPro Max on that 18-inch grip arm there. We only use proper 3/8 steel rods out here. We don't use any of that 5/8 stuff. Yeah, dude, they're killing it. Look at them go. Oh, that quick FPV. Oh, where even is he?
Can we get an oop counter for Kato?
How are they gonna know? How are they gonna know? Oh.
I'm really just waiting for Gold Diggers to come back around again so I can see another one of those sick entries because that was amazing.
Yeah. Let's get to that entry cam. We should be able to see him coming up. Oh, no one there.
There we are.
We'll just wait for him. Just sit and wait. Yep.
Yeah, just the
Oh,
pigeons out there.
Oh, no, that's a Z3. He was chucking it too, though. Let's see
Yeah.
what he does.
Oh, he's
Did he
going
go in? Can't tell. How are
So
they
we'll
gonna
see
do?
hopefully Chris Forsberg out here in a minute. He's
Yep.
shuffling passengers, maybe changing tires. He does have 1,300 horsepower, so
Yeah.
he can go through tires pretty quick if he decides to drift the whole
Yep.
track.
Yeah, I noticed yesterday, originally they were going back into his pits, changing tires, changing passengers. By the end of the day, they were just staying in pit lane, doing it right there, hot swapping everything to maximize the time they're out on the track. So hopefully we'll see him back out here momentarily and shredding the gnar, bruh.
That's
What?
a nice cam right there. So if we stay on this one and the Gold Digger Z46 decides to get risky again,
yeah,
he was doing a really big setup, Chuck. Because you got to remember, the corner's to the left here,
Mhm.
and his car is turned all the way to the right. So he's doing a nice
Yeah.
setup flick and then laying it in. So
let's see what Dirk does here. Here we go. Nice. Flicking it in.
All the way
Bringing
wide.
it around. Excellent work. Extending it out. Nice clean line. Little dirt drop for the boys. Hell yeah, dude. He's killing it.
Shepsta dropping in right there.
Yeah.
Kyle approves.
Kyle approves. Yep.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, yeah. See, if you're going to manji, you got to do it in style, and that's what Dirk Doge
Here's
is
something
doing
else
right
going
now.
on out there right now,
Yep.
too.
Let's see who else is coming up, or that could just be him on the back. Here we
There
go.
we
Here we
go.
go. We got one of the
Z out
Z's in the
front.
lead now.
Oh, so we're
see?
doing real tight follow cam.
See, so this
Dropping
is something
in.
I noticed earlier. Oh, ooh!
Stay
Narrowly
clean.
avoided that collision. Good job. Shout out to his family. This is something I noticed earlier with the Gravedigger team is that they have an interesting tandem strategy here where what I'd like to see them do is both chuck super hard. I've noticed the lead car out of the two has generally been chucking really hard, and they're kind of prioritizing proximity over aggression, and so the chase car will just kind of clutch kick initiate really close to the lead car. So it doesn't look like the chase car is really aggressively entering the corner in the same way. I'd like to see them both chucking it as hard as they can, right on that wall. Both of them go by, proximity there, come back around, whip it, keep the proximity through the transition. They're doing an excellent job back here on the back straight right now. Ooh, nice little dirt drop.
Brandon, I think this is your Formula Drift roots coming through, that you're really concerned about judging at a grassroots event.
There's no points here. I mean, the points are just like the people's
And right
hearts.
now, Goldschlager has a 10 out of 10 for that entry. So.
Absolutely. I gotta say that like Goldschnaps is definitely the strongest team out here. Maybe they're the only team.
Goldfrapp might be the only team out here.
But they're putting it down, and that's maybe why I'm holding them to a higher standard. You know,
maybe
because they're representing our sport. Just them and Chris Forsberg and Dirk Doge.
Or there it is.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? It looks like they're ready to go, pulling off the line. Shepsta FTV, go bonk that boy.
Shepsta can land on the swan neck wing, I think.
Here comes. Watch out for that cable. Oh, transition.
Dude, Shepsta.
Go into the rear-mounted radiator.
He's actually, I think, listening to things that we're saying, which
fly through the fender.
Ignorant.
Yeah.
Don't
Mark Martin would not approve. Actually, yeah, he would. He'd love this. I don't know. How old is he now?
The wheels are so nice on that. Fender vents are great because they're functional, right? Not just for cooling, but pulling that tire smoke all out the back.
Oh, here we go. Gold Diggers getting it. Let's see. Keeping it on. I think this is the first year they're running that 350Z, so I'll give him a little bit of leeway on the harsh.
I also think the cool thing with the 350Zs, as we found out yesterday in talking to those guys, is one is powered by a 1JZ.
Yep.
And the other one is powered by a VQ, which is the stock power plant that comes in a 350Z.
Yeah, and they did a good job of making that VQ sound nice. That's a hard challenge. That's a hard feat for anyone in that chassis.
You do not have a hard time making sound good.
Nope. Right out of pit lane. Initiate straight into it. Just getting it.
Shepsta about to get cloud seated right there, dude. He's got a. He dips too low, man. He's gone forever.
Yeah. How does the rubber affect the FPV? Is it just chops it up, or is it like get all gummy and turn into like Majin Buu status?
Maybe we can get him on the stream and find out.
Yeah.
Dude,
that is excellent FPV, excellent drifting. Christopher Forsberg.
What's up?
At this point, if Jared Diana hasn't sent us the cease and assist, I'm just gonna keep egging him on.
Okay.
Yeah, someone will have to.
Here
we got hands out the top. Hands out the top of the Z3, getting the 6 shots, getting the TikToks, get that 20 followers. I'm a fan of the neon colors on this one. Oh,
here we go.
This individual driver right here, crowd favorite.
And by crowd, you mean you and I.
Yeah, I haven't talked to anybody else this whole weekend, so this is maybe a glass bubble or whatever. Oh, he's off. Unfortunate. Love to see him do better next time. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Oh, Tabashka is looking at. There he goes. There he goes. He probably got distracted by
Tinder instead of his monitor. But
yep, exactly.
Western Michigan, red hot summer.
Yep. Oh, E30 chucking it in. Here we go. Nice chucks. Nice chucks. Was he throwing up gang signs out the window right there? That's some proper GingerMan Western Michigan. Is that where we are? Yeah, stuff that I have grown to really appreciate. Here we go. Here we go. Trees.
We found out that a bunch of people from Chicago are coming more to Western Michigan and to South Haven in particularly, and it does not surprise me the Team Gold Star is coming here too.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go. Christopher
dropping it.
Whoa!
Excellent, excellent. Hanging it out.
Okay, that's real.
Yo, every time I hear Carlos talk, I just get more excited.
Yeah.
So seeing this with Forsberg at the same time is like,
it's a dream come true.
10-10.
Ooh, locking up all 4. Get that left foot brake.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, baby.
What?
What tires are he on?
What are even tires? They're gone.
Is he a Nexon, or is he a Hankook, or is he a Nitto? He must be a Nitto.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't know either. We'll have to ask him. He's on Falken Tire? Oh. We're getting some comments from our stream director here, so sorry for the pauses, but yeah, the Falken tires are good tires if you want to go drifting. And I'll tell you what, go find Insta Big Steve on Instagram, Insta Big Steve, and just ask him for free tires. He'll give you free tires, and just tell him that Larry Chen sent you and that you want free tires and a sponsorship, and he'll give those to you. Let's see what this guy's putting down. He's got the excellent eBay lip going on there. Pretty decent, pretty clean through there.
Oh man.
Oh man. All kinds of mayhem there. That's drifting right there, baby. Are you what is happening? Oh, you're here. Wait, I got this. Drift cars. Brad Hazard. So wait, is this the chat? Yeah, it's super delayed, about like 30 seconds. Ultima is so sick. Yeah, that thing is sick. I want to see like someone like Ken Gucci or someone tied with Toyota do a Camry version of that Ultima.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, that'd be an excellent lineup too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that Ryan Turk is in the Toyota Corolla, like the modern day Corolla with the rear wheel drive swap.
Right.
That's a fun one too.
That is a fun one, but to me a hatchback isn't as interesting as a big four-door sedan.
Okay.
And I feel like
in drifting terms.
In drifting terms,
yes.
right?
Yeah, I could agree with that.
Yeah. I also feel like it would be a real challenge too to not have a trunk, because a trunk's kind of that barrier that you used to, and to have a hatch where your rear bumper is so close to the back glass would actually probably be really difficult to place.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, here comes the gold diggers. She takes my money when I'm in need. Here we go. Here we go. Slap the wall, Mayhan style. Bring it in, Chuck. Chuck. Nah. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, something happened there. Oh, buddy. Here we go. Dan's following.
That was a nice follow.
Get it. Get it.
See the input.
He's keeping it nice and tight.
There we go.
This is what we'd like to see from Team Tandem.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
yep.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. See, we need a little contact in Team Tandem. That's what it's all about. You got to show them that you care. You just got to, like, sometimes you just got to give your friend a pat on the back, you know?
Yeah.
Like, hey, I appreciate you.
Physical affirmation.
You're doing an excellent job here. We're having a great weekend. Just take some deep breaths and let's go shred some gnar. Wow, those transitions are beautiful. I appreciate that.
What?
Here comes the E30, styling on everybody. I wonder if that thing has stock power. I can't hear it, so I'm assuming that it does. But, yeah, I don't know. Oh. Be connect! They have more drifting, right? Is there more has drifting? Sorry, I'm asking our stream director.
I hope that there is.
Yeah.
And that's what the great thing is. If you decide to come out and check out the Midwest Festival, there are a ton more cars out here drifting.
Yes.
This doesn't have the full crowds or the artists and music.
Absolutely. I think that's
gaming,
in September, October.
Happens, so yeah.
Yep. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Ain't done.
Z3, chuck it. Whoa, whoa.
Such different entries.
Yeah.
Whoa!
That 90-mile-per-hour entry Manji.
Okay, that's real.
Just getting it.
Dude,
Look,
so
they're having an excellent time. This is the cleanest I've seen him do that corner all day. Kept it going. Oh, my goodness.
Holy cow.
What am I going to do?
Double rainbow.
All across the sky. Here we go. Big flick. Big flick.
Oh, my gosh.
What am I going to do?
Gets it going. The unfortunate thing about convertibles is they are like deceptively heavy. But I wonder if that's like you can use that to your advantage in drifting, because you kind of want that weight, right? So especially if you have a wider front track, you can use that weight to swing around. The wider front track to keep you stable.
Don't you drift a convertible?
No. Unless you count first gear drifting at Apple Valley, a.k.a. Grange, a.k.a. Grange, a.k.a. I hate that track.
I love that track. That track's great.
It's so hot, and they yell at you if you go on the track to shoot videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. GingerMan coming out to help our little S13 buddy here. Oh. He's stopping. Does he need a tow? Let's find out. Is he lining up to race? Let's find out.
What?
He's just gonna leave. Nope, diamond.
He said, "All right, man, I'm good where I'm at."
Yeah. Are those KFs?
I think.
Hey, FPV drone guy, go fly by the guy's wheels. Let's see what those wheels are. Let's.
Oh, he's going for the
Shepsta. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sick.
Oh yeah. Getting that toe. Oh yep. KFs baby. Oh, see.
KFs.
Bringing style to grid life. Drift style, real style. Get those overnight parts from Japan. Get the Itachi Peaker sticker on the rear quarter window. That's a necessity. I only see a couple of like anime weebs out here, so it's not Wednesday for Weeb Wednesday, but you know you can still rock your weeb stuff out at the track.
Any day of the week.
Any day of the week. Every day of the week. If you want to talk about how Itachi versus Payne would go out, would pan out, I'm pretty sure Payne would win, but a lot of people think Itachi would win. Go talk to that guy with that sticker because that's what that sticker means. He just wants to talk about Naruto all day. Anyways, we got the. I think
FPV's on the ground.
FPV's dead in the water.
Yeah, he's just landed
Look,
there.
You can see him in the corner of this screen here. On the left
who's
scene.
flying right now? Is this Shepsta?
Let's hope it doesn't get rid. Maybe we can talk to the GingerMan and he. Oh, never mind. Moving on its own power. Here we go.
Shepsta, can you land on the truck roof?
Oh, just get towed. Get the tow angle. Land on top of the S13 sunroof and like give us that
POV shot and take off.
Yep. Here we go. Here we go.
Peer pressure. It's gonna pull out the slack here soon. So.
Yep. He's gonna get moving soon. Better get on it. Yeah! Yeah!
Dude.
Oh!
Yes, there you go. Just
yep.
Just stay. Just stay.
Look at the craftsmanship of that drag wing right there. Very. Oh. Is
what am I gonna do?
Is he thumbs up?
Concerned.
Is he gonna?
He's concerned.
Oh,
yeah,
all right.
Don't pick him up. He's perfectly good.
Bye.
He's just getting a tow too.
He's like, what day is it?
I've always wanted to do this. So Sheps is living out my dreams, and because we're watching a live stream, we're living it out too.
Yeah. So people in the chat are saying that's the Forsberg Ultimate Drift car wouldn't be as competitive as a Z anyways in Formula Drift. I don't know if that's true. It is probably built even crazier. Like one person mentioned here, it won't pass tech at Formula Drift. That's definitely true, but that could be seen as an advantage. They can do way crazier things with that car than he can do with his competition vehicle.
Right, and I think a lot of people in chat were correct too that like the process of building a tube frame car and moving the firewall and basing it off a car that probably doesn't have an all-wheel drive option. There's a lot of things that have changed about that car that would probably make it not legal anymore, right?
Exactly. It's more like unlimited.
And I don't know the FD rules. We need to call Kevin Wells real quick and get a little bit of clarification.
Yeah.
This is sweet.
Let's see, tow angle, those KFs in motion. If you want to like burn $3,000 real quick, you could probably, that's a good way to do it. Just get some 18-inch KFs, probably like 18 by 10.
Not financial advice, 40. But also financial advice.
Yeah.
Japanese wheels, man. They're not going to make any more of them.
Yeah.
Blitz 03s, man, you would have done better than Bitcoin.
That's true. If you're familiar with Hurt Life from Hoonigan, he's for a long time said that wheels are his long-term investment, and he has so many, as in his words, Johnnies, which I don't want to appropriate that term. I've heard other people appropriate it and use it so wrong. I don't want to be in that crowd. But his Johnnies, he has like 5 sets of the super rare wheels in insane sizes, gold-plated stuff, like one-off sets of wheels. Yeah, I think that's a sound investment. Like, I think he's going to be set. Like, that's more sound than Social Security for sure.
Right.
Yeah. Anyways.
Plus, can you drive on cryptocurrency?
No. Can you do anything on cryptocurrency?
Still on board. FPV tow angle. Come back into the pits. The real question is, when will you take off? We're on drone watch.
Drone watch.
All right. See when he bails out.
Let's see.
And let's see how sick this exit is, too. Ready? Oh, there's movement. There's movement, and he's off.
He did it!
Oh, yeah.
The dismount. The dismount.
It's so sick.
Straight into a panner. Straight into the tracker. Let's see. Oh, he's hopping around. How many volts is he on right now? Like 3 volts, 4 volts left in that battery pack? That 120C.
That was nice around the front.
What am I going to do?
Hopefully we get to see this car again, and nothing is too wrong with it. It looked like they just shut it down and pulled off on the grass.
Yeah.
I would love to see it out in the later drift session. I don't know if we have a schedule, but
I don't know either. I don't know what time it is.
I would love to know.
what we're
What's
doing.
coming up here at
Yeah.
GridLife?
There's the schedule. Okay, next. Okay, no, that's that. So we just did Drift. 2:30 is GLTC Race 4 with Kyle, the actual guy who does the actual stream. There's Shepsta shooting himself. That's our FPV pilot. Thought he was gonna go through his legs, but he decides to shut it down. Good,
and Kevin
good
in
choice.
the background there. Thanks, Kevin and Shepsta, for the excellent FPV flying today.
Yes, excellent. And after GLTC Race 4, 255, more drifting. Guess what? You have to hang out with us again. They're gonna let us out of our cages, and we get to be free and walk on the ground and drink water. I'm going to go back into my scissor lift now. You can go back in the trailer, and I'll see you in 2 hours. How much time away from now is that?
What even is time?
I don't know. Okay, that was drifting. This is Grid Life. You're on YouTube and
other social media platforms. And this is Brandon Cotto, and I'm Orogi, and thanks for hanging with us and let us talk about.
Yeah, thanks to our sponsors, BC Racing, that one, and I think Falken Tire. They didn't give us a sheet. This is our first week, our first event doing this.
We're still interns.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Bye.
GridLife Live Drift is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tires, competition-proven performance. MOMO, the official safety partner of GridLife. And BC Racing, the official suspension of GridLife Drift. Highly engineered custom coilovers that put you in control of every driving condition.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Roberto, one of the pickers in the distribution center and one of the key pieces to making sure the right parts arrive at your door. When he's not at FCP Euro, Roberto is driving his Mark V R32 to various car shows around the Northeast. When he's picking orders, he puts himself in your shoes and understands that you need the right parts to arrive at your door, so he takes the utmost care in making sure he puts the correct items in the box. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
The day has only gotten hotter at GingerMan Raceway for GridLife's spring kickoff event. Hello, my name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Nathan Brown for GridLife Touring Cup race number 4 of 4 for the weekend. We've had 3 races so far, one earlier this afternoon where Tom O'Gorman won his 3rd race of the weekend, his 4th in a row, Nate. As we head into this last race of the weekend, we've had a 9-car inversion. So it'll be Eric Jensen in his V8 swapped FRS out front. O'Gorman with 3 wins under his belt this weekend starts all the way back in 9th.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how Tom makes it up from the inverted grid there. Really should mix it up and make for some interesting racing, especially in the first couple of laps.
We've got a really good-looking pace car here. We'll get a shot of this as it rolls off through turn number 2. That's a Mini Cooper from the FCP Euro stable, Nate.
It is indeed. That's Evan. He's our blog editor, producer, writer extraordinaire, and he drove that Mini out here from Connecticut and has been tracking it in TrackBattle.
And that's great. We had, of course, Ben Morowski with the Mini Cooper that he was running in GLTC. Had a mechanical issue earlier in the weekend, hoping to see that car back out at another GLTC event in the future. But we've had really solid racing this weekend. The races on Saturday had a couple disqualifications. And so from what I've heard, race 3 was a little bit cleaner in that regard. So our grid order isn't modified from our finishing order from race 3 other than the 9-car inversion. So sharing the front row with Eric Jensen is Luke McGrew. Jeremy Swenson and Andy Smedgard will start in the 2nd row. Then Aaron Lichty, Eric Catil will start in row number 3. One driver I got to keep my eye on, though, is Brian Heitkotter in the Chris Forsberg Racing 370Z. He drove from the back of the field to 11th in race number 3, so he's going to be hot charging to the top 5.
Yeah, I got to say, we were on the berm in turn 1 watching race 3. And Heitkotter must have passed at least 10 cars by turn 3. He was definitely making moves and went almost up, top 10, which is pretty impressive in a field this big.
He comes from a pro racing background. He's a past GT Academy winner, so also has a lot of sim racing experience. And while we're on that topic, of course, FCP are also involved in some sim racing programs, both with GridLife as well as with World Challenge, which I also do some work for. So thanks for that support as well. That's a great way in the off-season to have drivers sort of come together and compete, whether it's iRacing or Assetto Corsa or even Forza. So that's been a real fun way. There's a handful of drivers in this series that have also run esports events for GridLife, including DJ Alessandrini, who also comes from a sim racing background, and he started his GLTC racing career only after about 3 track weekends. So that skill translated pretty directly over, and he is a big advocate for sim racing and making yourself a better driver using data analysis and that sort of thing. So that's a pretty cool thing. We've got a handful of other drivers. Eric Catil does it a bunch. Tom O'Gorman comes from a background of that as well. So a pretty cool thing to kind of slide in there is in the off season, not real racing, especially if you're in the winter climates, but it gets a lot of action in the sim racing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the sim racing is really challenging. Depending on which software or which program you run, the physics models, things like that, it's a lot of fun, super challenging. And if DJ Alessandrini only had 3 track days before going wheel to wheel, that says a lot.
Yeah, he comes also from an autocross background, so that also helped a bunch. And Tom O'Gorman is another guy that will praise autocross as a great way to get started with performance driving. But we've got one more lap under caution condition here before we turn them loose for 15 more minutes. With the field inversion, Nate, every time we have this, we always have a mad scramble at the front. We do this to kind of mix things up and keep someone from winning all 4 races of the weekend, but it's not impossible for someone to do that. Aaron Lichty has swept a weekend before at Road America a couple years ago. So Tom O'Gorman, even with the rewards weight he had, which was 150 pounds, that's a maximum you can have, he's still on top. And he dynoed earlier this week. That car is 100% legal, so he's going to try to do it again here at race 4.
I tell you, 150 pounds, that's a lot. And it's not just the acceleration and the horsepower, it's the brakes, it's the tires. It really puts more energy into everything. So be curious to see how that does. And, everybody that is in front of him there, there's not a lot of slow drivers there.
No, certainly not. Looking down the rest of the order, some other drivers we should mention. How about Max Toyer popping in there at the very bottom of the list, starting in 20th? He was just making it into the races this weekend after chasing some issues on his BMW that he was trying to fix. He basically did an engine swap in it. It wasn't super reliable, so he has switched cars for the weekend, but he is making it, so glad to see Max up inside the top 20. Eric Meadows has had a pretty decent weekend. Ron Solomon out of the Andy Smedgard Motorsports camp. Andy, Ron, and Tom O'Gorman all from that stable. All those cars are prepped very similarly, but it's clear that Tom has been the rabbit to catch this weekend so far.
Yeah, absolutely. A buddy of mine is actually here visiting. He lives over in Detroit and has an S2K. Originally a Eurocar guy, and I've made sure to take him down there to check out the ASM stable.
Well, we got a great onboard shot from Tom O'Gorman, and that's going to be a really fun view once we get into the racing, and we'll see him kind of juking left and right as the field works their way through turns 7, 8, and 9. That's been a high-speed area of the racetrack. Let's take a look at our track map real quick just to get an idea of where this track goes. It all starts with a run down to turn number 1. That is a little bit of a crest into that corner, then a sweep through turn 2, a short straightaway to turn number 3, and then the real challenging middle sector here. Turns 4 through 8, I really think, are the most challenging corners on this racetrack, Nate, especially downshifting and getting through 5 and 6.
Yeah, if you get that right, you can carry a ton of speed through there and really set yourself up. Great going into 7, but if you hang it out the wrong way, you can definitely lose out.
And then through turns 8 and 9, again in GLTC cars, mostly flat. Most people are around 200 horsepower, give or take 50, depending on the weight that they're running. Then through turn 9, you're going to exit, get all the way to track left, then slam on the brakes for turn 10, accelerate out to the longest straightaway at this racetrack, 1,700 feet before your best passing opportunity. As we head back to the racetrack now, it's time to go racing. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 4 for the weekend at GRIDLIFE Spring Kickoff. 3 weeks from now, we have GRIDLIFE Chicago, where we'll have the return of GLTC at our home track at Autobahn Country Club, one of our other home tracks. We got
turn number 2, which really sets him up nicely for really the next 2 corners. As long as he can keep it there, he should be able to keep Luke behind him.
Yeah, he's been working over him for several corners now, and Smedgaard is through. They got to get this over with because Swenson ran quicker than them still last time. If he gets too far out front, he can just take it easy and coast to victory.
Yeah, definitely. These guys scrapping is helping out Swenson quite a bit. The gap.
There's a cone in your way, and I'll tell you, a cone at over 100 miles an hour will do some damage to a car.
Absolutely. That's what I was about to say. You definitely don't want to catch that and possibly puncture a radiator or catch a hose or do some other kind of aero damage.
Yep. So there was a little bit of dust kicked up through turn number 1. Someone getting a little bit greedy with the inside curbs. There's a look at Jake Jornstad chasing Ronnie Solomon and Joel Morrison. That's a string of 3 Honda S2000s as they run down towards turn number 3, all from different teams. In fact, ASM with Solomon, Myriad Motorsports with Jornstad, and of course Joel Morrison for 9 Lives Racing. 3 different cars, 3 different builders, all running together down in the just outside the top 10.
Yeah, that S2000 platform is such a well-balanced, well-sorted platform for people to use. It's no wonder that it's so common, and great to see those different cars out there.
There's Eric Jensen now feeling the pressure from a GT Academy winner and a past pro racer. And with Heitkotter keeping that pressure on, it's 370Z versus V8 FRS. On board with O'Gorman again as he chases Emil Tabb through turn number 9. But he's been sort of stuck here. He started 9th. He's actually dropped down a position. So I think not having the clean air, not having as much room as he wants to race, it's hurting him here just a little bit. I think track position and where you start the race has been crucially important this weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations where if he has that extra rewards weight, maybe is a little down on power compared to some other cars. If he can't maintain momentum, that's really going to stop his ability to move forward.
Through turn number 11 now with 12 minutes on the board. Could be hitting white flag probably next time by. Jensen across the line running in 5th spot at the moment. Heitkotter to the inside through turn number 1. Whoa, trouble. And that is Ben Harisco and Taylor Gajewski right in front of the leaders as they get down to turn number 1. And that's going to be a little awkward. Got a full course yellow. Those two are actually dating. So that'll be a little bit of a run in there. Again, we're going to have to go back and look at how that started. I'll go check the onboards a little bit later. But for now, don't know what caused that. But Swenson out front and leading, carrying through turns 8 and 9, still out front, but sliding the rears. Or that's 5 and 6 rather, but he's way off pace now, a full 1.5 seconds slower than Smedgaard.
Yeah, he must have overheated those rear tires. It's just a question of hanging on at this point. Can't tell if Smedgaard is going to be close enough to be able to catch him, but we will see.
I think I just heard that there's a white flag out, so we should be coming back to the checkers. Yeah, the white flag is out, so we will be coming back to checkered flag. Jeremy Swenson won his first race a couple months ago at NCM. Here's Heitkotter in the dirt down the inside of Eric Jensen, trying to find some room to race, nose to tail as we roll through the backside of the course. Great racing here between Jensen and Heitkotter. This is spectacular stuff through turn number 8. But going back to Swenson, his victory at NCM was his first in that Corvette, proving that the V8 platforms can find victory in GLTC, and as long as he can get back to the checkers without any dramas, he's going to do it again. And while earlier in the weekend he thought he had claimed his 2nd victory, he's going to get to do it again. Jeremy Swenson out of turn number 11 comes back to his 2nd GLTC checkered flag. Jeremy Swenson wins GRIDLIFE Spring Kickoff race number 4. Andy Smedgaard out of turn 11, he will finish in 2nd, and behind them the battle for 5th, that's Heitkotter, and it's going to be a drag race back to the line with Jensen, V8 FRS versus 370Z. It's going to be Heitkotter that beats him to the line by half a car length. That's great.
Yeah, that's great racing. It was really fantastic. Jensen just kind of checked out and ran his own race, kept it clean. And that build, as you mentioned, really has kind of reformulated the idea of what works best in the series.
Absolutely. Jornstad and Morrison having a really good battle to the end there as well. Photo finish for those guys just outside of the top 10. Well, for Jeremy Swenson, he got it done. Smedgard was not able to run him back down. Luke McGrew, third. That's a podium for him. That's good for the points picture. He came into the weekend leading the points. Eric Cattell, fourth. Brian Heitkotter in fifth. And what a weekend for him. Started race 1 in a pretty decent position. Then in race 2 got kind of bogged down in the back. And then race 3 climbed his way up to 11th. And then race 4 finished the job up to 5th place. Great run for him in the Chris Forsberg Racing number 5. Jensen, spectacular run. Again, that car is not super light. So for him to start on pole and finish 6th and only his second weekend here in GLTC, that's really, really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of talented drivers in this field. It's certainly a challenge to stay up front, be up front, and to be in the top 10 like that's definitely well earned.
For sure. So that is going to conclude the weekend for GridLife Touring Cup from Spring Kickoff here. Tom O'Gorman is not going to be able to sweep the weekend. However, I would say points picture-wise, I'm fairly certain he's going to come out as the overall points winner for the weekend and climb up the standings. Came in, I think, 23rd in the overall standings because he wasn't at the first few rounds, but he's going to be sitting pretty, especially if that car repeats this performance at Autobahn in 3 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the S2000. I'm not that familiar with Autobahn, but I think it's a little bit more technical than GingerMan tends to be, so it should suit that platform.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to watch, but that's going to do it for GLTC at GingerMan Raceway. Again, my name's Kyle Heyer with Nathan Brown from FCP Euro here in the FCP Euro Race HQ. Thanks so much for joining us this weekend for GLTC. We'll see you at Autobahn Country Club in 3 weeks' time, and we'll roll the partners and sponsors that make this all happen. So thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
GridLife Live GLTC is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tires, competition-proven performance. MOMO, the official safety partner of GridLife. Hawk Brakes, race proven, street legal. Valvoline VR1 is available at Advanced Auto Parts stores.
We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast's choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Mike, one of the smiling faces in the FCP Euro Pickup Center, who assists customers whenever they have to come in and pick up their orders. Mike has an evolving collection of BMWs, including his beautiful E30, that often require maintenance, so he understands the importance of making sure that each customer gets quality parts. But Mike also underscores our value of making sure every customer has a fantastic buying experience here at FCP Euro. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Hello, welcome to Grid Life. We're in GingerMan Raceway. Wait, yeah, in Michigan, South Haven, Michigan, the land of freshwater beaches and race cars. We just watched Global Time Attack, the fourth race of the weekend. I like that in those races they invert the top 10 or like random amount at the end, so it gets actually like pretty mixed up. So we had like one dude just win 3 races in a row. This time he got 10th, and like there's a whole other slew of dudes doing stuff. It's pretty cool. But they just brought the heat. We're about to see the drift dudes bring the meat, tire meat. not lunch meat like our switchboard operator manager E-Boyer millionaire likes to eat in his little salad wraps. Oh, we actually got cars lined up. That's a first. Oh, this is Will Rogie, by the way. I'm Brandon Cotto. He's Keep Drifting Fun. I'm not, and I don't know. But all right, we got the pink guy going out. Let's see what he can put down. Is he going to do anything on his first lap out?
Wishing him the best of luck on this run, too, because last time he looked like he had some car problems, had to pull over, so.
Those Ganadors are looking good. That drag style roof lip is looking good. Let's see. This is one of our gold digger friends. He's putting down some fresh tracks down there, getting some marbles on the slabs, and now oh, that guy already spun out. It's okay. He's got the sickest wheels in the whole event.
What am I gonna do?
Thank you. That's Carlos Matos from BitConnect. He is a real person. Anyways, here's some FPV of some E30s, or a singular E30. Is someone else off? Oh, there's the 350Z.
Chris Forsberg back there getting lined up.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think one of our team members might be on board.
Is that the case? Who got to get in? Who got in with the...
There he is.
Plowman Ramen, another switchboard boy. Oh, hey!
Oh, my gosh.
Don't tell Kyle that we put that meme gif of him on the stream. Oh, wait, play them both so he's like bobbing his head as he's twerking at himself. Yeah, yeah.
That's some self-love and positivity.
We need more of that. Everyone take 30 seconds, practice some deep breathing exercises, and get ready to watch some tires get smoked or cars get pulled out of the grass. One of the two. Hopefully the first one. Let's see, they're loading
I always
up.
like Sundays at Grid Life, man. I don't know about you, but it's like always kind of just winds down a little bit. The afternoon starts to get pretty chill.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just you.
Is it just me?
I think the action is the best. Saturday.
Yes,
Saturday morning, the first session.
Agreed.
Everyone's like so hyped to be stoked. They're out here getting ready to rip. Sunday is like, this is your last chance to put down some sick laps before you have to pack it up. And so we should get some good stuff here too. Here we go. A little bit of feint, a little bit of chucking. Let's see it go to Shrevecam. Oh, yeah. Oh, couldn't keep it together. Let's see what he reinitiates. Gets it going. Loving the bass boat pink. We definitely need more of that flare in Grid Life. I'd like to see.
That might be an LS.
Is it? That? Yeah, I could hear that. Let's listen. I don't know if the stream can hear anything.
I'm just hearing something else.
Yeah.
Not sure who we're on board with here, if this is Shepsta or if this is Kevin, our FPV pilot.
There's Alex Tabasca shooting the guys getting stoked on the Instagram. And we're off. Let's see who can we catch up to next. E30 homie, and behind him, the 350Z.
Big Z.
Ooh, that was a big chuck. There you go, big feint into this corner here. Keeps it together. He's got his FPV 360 GoPro Max cam in a new position, so they should be able to make some cool content with that. I don't know.
Whoa! Okay, that's real.
Whoa! I think he made that one longer, or is able to repeat that meme of Carlos Matos getting stoked. Oh, 100%. Oh, here we got Christopher Forsberg coming on the track with the Alman.
Boom!
Right out of the gate. Big chucks.
Has Plowman ever been in a drift car before?
Yeah, he dailies at HRV and he gets S2000s confused with Miata, so I'm going to go ahead and say no, probably not. This ain't your mama's Ultima, I'll tell you what.
It ain't your grandma's Ultima either, it's Chris Forsberg's.
This is literally like the power of 10 stock Ultimas combined into one. And I think it's 1,400 horsepower R35 motor, so it's got the heart of a Skyline and the curves of an Ultima. He's really laying it down right here. Plowman's getting a great ride. Forsberg is just freaking wheeling and dealing, baby. Let's see what this E30. So this is a great juxtaposition to what we just watched. This is your hometown hero. Oh, he's not over there. He's over here. This is your hometown hero, E30 boy. Classic grassroots chassis, sport drifting car, race car chassis. Yeah, Kyle would probably love seeing this thing in GLTC, but now we got him up over here in drift, baby. We're going to get him to put a K-swap in this thing. Just kidding. No one's really doing that in drift yet. We're going to get him to put an SR20 in that, baby.
People are doing K-swaps in drifting, though.
I see it's starting to happen. So Toge Factory made the kit. They've had their K-swap S14 for a while.
That's true.
Julian Jacobs of Animal Style is working on putting it K-swap into his S13.
And Hurt
Trek, Hurt Life Eugene Jr. does have in his simple seat time Stallion.
Here we go.
Here's
Diving in on Chris.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah?
Hiya!
Oh, yeah?
Whoa! yeah. Okay, that's real.
Dude, laying it down. That thing just looks sweet, man. The ride height is perfect. When you never get to see the GT trim with a ride height like that. And it's
the livery works really well with that front grille too, with that V shape in it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what you need in for good car style too. Is like complementary, the shape of your car and the livery. Yeah. Let's see. Looks like he's getting a little cool down action in there. But yeah, you definitely see a lot more K-swaps in the time attack arena than you do in drifting. And it is going to be happening. I think the parts are developed now. The swap kits are developed now, so it's just a matter of time. Here we've got the E30 coming in again. Oh, shutting it down. Reinitiate. Get that chuck in there. So a big difference between a high horsepower car and a low horsepower car is you're really reliant on clutch kicking in your low horsepower car. And that's your main way of getting the rear tires loose and getting out of that traction zone and chucking it in. It was a little too hard there. What? Going for a ride, dipping his toes in the water. At high horsepower cars, you're using a lot more hydro e-brake, I notice. And it's almost all e-brake for initiations. And it looks a lot smoother. You can make it look aggressive either way, but let's see what this guy's going to do right here. Gold Digger's coming in hot. E-brake, grab the e-brake.
Transition back the other way.
Yep, bringing it in.
Around turn 1.
Excellent. Flick it
those
back.
Kicks too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Wah-bah, wah-bah.
So all of that is clutch kick. I think this is probably that
does not look happy.
No, this is probably the VQ 350Z. They also have a 1J 350Z, but based on the sound and the amount of clutch kicking.
Sounds very VQ to me.
Yes. I noticed that a lot of the other guys on Gold Digger have already loaded their cars up for the weekend, so I'm not sure how much we're going to see of them. Here's a nice little Koki S14.
Remaining Gold Digger driver.
Yes.
No
Jason
headlights.
Schumer. I think that's what it said. Oh, here we go. Dirk Doge dropping it in. This is some premium grassroots S550 action, right? That's the chassis code, I believe.
That is right.
I do have a hard time telling between the version that got the independent rear suspension and the version just before it.
Yeah. Whoa, big chuck there.
Whoa! yeah. Okay, that's
Keeps
real.
on the track.
He's getting it in.
Yeah.
Slipstream engage. Get that Manji. Get that aggressive Manji, baby. The other good thing about low horsepower car versus high horsepower car, you can buy your $30 used car or used tires from your local tire store with your really low horsepower car because it doesn't really give a rip. These things though, you're going through a couple of sets a weekend, and you probably need something a little better than pre-corded tires. So
you need some premium rubber because you're actually going to feel the grip as opposed to the low horsepower cars. You just want to have no grip. Put the PSI in for the air pressure.
Yep. 80 PSI, 90 PSI.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
I've seen all of that before.
Yeah.
Let's see who's
less
gonna come up
power.
next. This guy's probably got 90 PSI in his rear tires right now. Let's see. Oh, Chris the Force Forsberg loading back up. He's drinking some water, checking his tires.
Camera on out here.
Let's see.
It's Droney Baloney, I think, is flying around.
It's either Shepsta or Kevin.
Watching some passengers change over. Let's see if we can see our boy Plowman.
There's Plowman on the right. He's walking around. He's checking out Chris's booty.
Okay,
oh,
so
he's
Plowman,
walking around.
Plowman done?
Oh, there he is. He's pointing.
Oh, shaka.
He threw up some shakas.
Yep.
He's walking away. No, he's giving the helmet back, giving some waves. I think people think that we're on the FPV cam maybe, and they're trying to ham it up to the camera. Let's see. Oh, there he goes. He's nope, not just dodged social interaction with Chris. Now he's awkwardly mingling around. Let's see, fiddling with his pockets. That's a classic move. Check. Oh, did I get sunburned? Nope, we're good. Another classic move. Hands through the hair. Classic.
What do you think Chris
just
is
hanging
saying
out? Chris is thinking,
Chris is saying, yeah, that's an engine.
Are the turbos turbo skiing?
They're still turbos, right?
Yes. So what was you talked to him earlier about the issue they're having going in. It was a very minor issue. It wasn't a big deal, but maybe it had to do some of that. Who knows? When push comes down to it,
resolved.
Hell yeah.
Like he was telling us, I think this is actually only the second event that it's been out to, and the first event was a GridLife skip day, so the car has only been driven in public at GridLife events so far.
Hell yeah, baby. Exclusive content. Let's see.
I like that Chris runs like the off-road style skirt around the bottom of his helmet, you know?
Okay, yeah.
Which I think is a carryover from desert racing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you think about it, it's probably his FD helmet, and they have like an air system that pumps in the same way like a pumper works in an off-road truck, so you get clean air, so you're not getting dusted out.
We got our pink boy back in here. Let's see what he's doing. He's putting it down now.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a
last
decent
session
amount
to get it
of angle.
together. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a run you can write home to your mama about. Let's see.
Dear Mom, today I did a drift.
Oh
boy.
Oh boy. Whoa!
Oh
takes
boy.
out. Woo! Too hot to trot. Takes out the picker pole way deep there. He got really excited.
Wow.
Oh,
you could just tell from that setup, Manji, right?
Yeah.
You could just see the energy getting loaded on one side, and you know it's got to release on the other. So, like, what is that?
All right, let's see. He got right back into it. He's going to send it in the infield. Oh, maybe not. Just get a quick Manji, check everything's okay, and bring her back
gave
around.
us a shocky, man.
Yeah.
Shaka.
Plowman's right over here off screen, shakaing, standing around. He doesn't know what to do. Oh, he's walking
How
over.
was it?
Oh. How was the ride along with Chris Forsberg?
Absolutely stunning. He's a very accomplished driver, and I think he's going to do great in this next little ride along that he's doing that we're watching now.
Does he have the potential to be a champion?
Oh, is he not already a champion? He is a champion. See, I've never been in a drift car before, no. Oh, let's see. Matt's asking the fastest car I've been in. I don't know, probably a HRV's pretty good. Prius hybrid, you know. Get the low speed torque. That's great. Well, I'll leave you boys to it.
Yeah. Thanks, Plowman.
Thanks, Plowman. Thanks for the memes. Thanks for the dank memes. All right, looks like they're
Chris
loaded,
is loaded back up.
We got a guy. Is that a
GoPro? Is that a vlog camera? We got a vlogger. This guy, is that Mothman? Did Mothman just do a whip pan?
So that cameraman there with the white Converse, that's
him?
Matt Mothman Moth. And he's another one of our crew. I think he's also working for GridLife on the side.
Putting together some jank promos that you see probably at the
all
end of
that
this.
sweet Instagram and social and YouTube content. That's all him, I think. I don't know. Anyways, here's this Koki S14 getting sideways, hanging out all the way to the edge, keeping it in. Excellent little drift right there. Let's see what he can get cooking up on this next corner. This is the infield that's a really
good,
long, fast sweeper.
Here we go.
So
Pink car
bring it
entering
out.
again. Let's see what happens. Justin Shreve about to get some business coming right at him. Our friend, I think, in the LS.
Yep, here we go. Here we go.
S13.
Get that chuck. Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, hanging
Little in
it
the
out.
dirt, about to be majorly
Oh,
in the dirt.
baby. Oh, baby, a triple. This reminds me of Formula Drift Atlanta. That same style of initiation. High speed into a left-right-hander.
Just hammering it.
Yeah.
Just stand on it.
Nice. That's
Here we go. This is where he got a little deep last time. Let's see if he does it again.
He's shutting it down, taking it conservative.
Nope.
Bringing it back in time. Bring it back.
There
Whoa!
we go. Backwards.
Reverse drift.
Stay in it.
Clutch
pitch.
Yes. Oh, I see
That
what
was-
he's trying to line up now.
I like that.
He's trying to line up that backwards entry back there.
Chris just needs to show him how it's done.
Yeah, let's see.
It's like gunshots.
Yep. Bringing it in nice and smooth, getting some heat in those tires. Let's see what the chucks that Chris can chuck.
Yeah,
how
Chris,
much chuck could a Chris chuck?
Let's see how much angle you can get here.
Whoa!
Wow.
The FPV proximity.
Wow.
Oh, keep it. There you go.
There's a little wave.
Yeah.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Shout out to Bill Rogie. Yeah,
Shout
buddy.
out to
Big
Cotto's
chuck.
Asian
Woo!
Grill.
There he goes.
Don and Edwin.
Yep. They fed Chris before.
Yeah.
Oh, coming up on some lap traffic.
Here we go.
This is the
See what
tandem
Chris
that we've
does.
been waiting
Ready?
for. Oh, just kidding.
Highway to the danger zone out there.
What's up?
Let's just do some Top Gear music over Top Gun music over FPV.
Okay, let's get some FPV queued up.
There we go.
Hi, playing with the boys. That's Kenny Loggins, right?
Dude.
Playing with the boys.
Whoa, is that a Rubik's Cube?
3D Rubik's Cube, baby. Man,
Show us what you got, pilot.
If you got nothing but time after this, go
Inverted
on
yaw
YouTube,
spin.
look up 3D helicopter RC flying, and
Is this
just
Shepsta?
be amazed.
Shepsta, if that's you, give us a nod.
Hey, Shepsta FPV at Shepsta.
One of the cleanest inverted yaw spins I've seen.
Yeah.
Magic was trying those
So
afterwards.
explain to the audience what each orientation is. So when you're talking about yaw, what are you talking about?
Talking about a rotational. There we go. He's showing you right now.
Okay. So what we would call like pan or tilt, what do you call it in
pan
FPV?
would be a yaw.
A pan is a yaw.
Yeah.
A tilt is a...
Here we go.
Shaw.
Ultimania.
Oh, big chuck. Oh. There you go, hanging it out.
There we
really
go. Driving in.
That drift.
Dropping that first
that's
wheel.
a lot of e-brake.
Yeah, Shepsta.
Yeah,
Shepsta's pinned. Shepsta's pinned just to keep up with the Ultimania.
Yeah. How many packs does he have to rip through to keep up with these drift boys? Come in fresh pack every run?
Singular pack.
Oh, hell yeah. Here we go.
Every time they change tires, you
initiation
gotta
for the
change
tree
packs.
corner.
All right, Shepsta.
Very smooth. This is like when you go to Jamba Juice and you get it double blended. Someone's clapping? Someone's clapping?
Is that?
Or is that a?
Did you get it with vegan protein or like whey protein?
Whey protein.
Okay.
Yeah, razzmatazz with whey protein, double blended, and then you get the 16-ounce size, but you get it because it has the whey
Shepsta.
protein. It's in the bigger cup. It's excellent.
All right, let's keep on it until he picks it up.
Keep on. Oh yeah.
There
let's
he
see.
is.
There
Thanks,
he goes.
Shepsta.
There he goes. Shepsta, show us what you're working with. Show us how many batteries you gotta bring to one of these to make this happen. Yeah, just point your drone at it.
It already froze.
Oh, is it closed?
He already unplugged.
Oh,
It's too quick, dude.
It's okay. When he plugs back in, we'll see the first thing that he sees. The birth of a fresh FPV. There's nothing on track, by the way,
There he
so
is.
don't worry. There you go. He's
Look
got
at those
5,
packs.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 M's in my bank account. In my bank account. I don't know how I can't remember that whole lot. Yeah, Kyle gets it. All right. Set back up. Let's see who's getting out there. It smells like
At the
tire.
end?
I don't see any tire.
I hope it isn't. Shepsta's back up.
317. Shepsta, go scout it out. Let's see. Oh.
That looks like it might be it.
Time Attack Group A looks lined up right there. Or they're starting to line up. This might be the end of our drift session. There's cars going in. Let's see if we can't see where Christopher Forsberg is at. If he's in, then it's probably over.
That is it, yeah.
Oh, it's track
In
battle.
3
All
minutes.
right.
Track
Stay
battle.
tuned. Time Attack Group A, the wildest cars in the grid in the Midwest. And professional commentators. So that's going to be great for you guys. Anyways, we're going to go shoot those cameras and make it happen. Thanks for tuning in. Well, thanks for tuning in to Drifting. Stay tuned for Time Attack, and we'll see you on the flippity flip. All right, bye.
Bye.
GridLife Live Drift is brought to you by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Falken Tires, competition-proven performance. MOMO, the official safety partner of GridLife. And BC Racing, the official suspension of GridLife Drift. Highly engineered custom coilovers that put you in control of every driving condition.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take Roberto, one of the pickers in the distribution center and one of the key pieces to making sure the right parts arrive at your door. When he's not at FCP Euro, Roberto is driving his Mark V R32 to various car shows around the Northeast. When he's picking orders, he puts himself in your shoes and understands that you need the right parts to arrive at your door. So he takes the utmost care in making sure he puts the correct items in the box. To learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenas RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenas RT660.
Welcome back to Grid Life Live. I'm Abe Schmucker, joined by my co-host Adam Nielsen. We're in the booth for TrackBattle. Again, this is round 3 of the 2021 season, and we are seeing footage of Time Attack Group A headed out onto track for the final session of the day, final of the weekend. And it's toasty out.
It's been a rough weekend.
Yeah, some attrition and some, I don't know, some kind of serious mechanical failures on track, and it's just been a hard weekend all around.
It's been tough for a lot of competitors.
So
not a lot of records to show for it.
Not really, no. I mean,
it's really too bad.
Times set in Club TR, of course, will be all new records, but even Ben Thorne, who is currently the class leader and current record holder, has said that he personally has driven 2 seconds faster on this track in the last month.
That's insane that it's that far out.
So a big challenge, I think, to break records this weekend. And
really takes the fun out of things.
Well, I mean, I guess if you're working on setup and trying to get things dialed in for the next event, I mean, I know many drivers put all of their effort into trying to go fast at GingerMan.
So, you know, I kind of wonder, like, put yourself in Ben Thorne's shoes. You know this car has been faster. I'm sure they've wrenched on it between the time they were here before and today. Did I do something wrong? Was it the track? Was my driving out? Did I mess my car up? Where did I lose that time? You know,
my thought,
that would become really frustrating to try and sort out.
My thought, if I were him, would likely be, well, no one's really broken any records this weekend.
That's fair.
And if everyone's going a little bit slower, maybe it's just the track's a little bit slower.
Yeah, that could easily be, I suppose.
So should hopefully have cars coming by on their first hot lap here before long.
David Calzada just really putting some distance on everyone behind him.
And I can't say that I heard Paul Curley and his Corvette.
I didn't see or hear him, no.
So I would imagine just keeping things parked for this session. It'll probably be the one that got away for him. He'll take the street mod win here, but leave a lot of time left on the table.
You know, sometimes, like, that's as frustrating, I'm sure, but at the same time, a win's a win, and there's always next time.
Yep, absolutely. And so, I mean, especially with the temperatures, you know, on track and the air temperatures being as high as they are, there's probably not much to gain by going out, especially if you're already a skilled driver that is, you know, not looking to improve that much on, you know, just personal skills. Instead, it's just like, you know, focusing on getting everything right for that perfect lap.
It's hard to balance, I'm sure. Like some of these high-strung engines, their lifespans are measured in laps.
Yeah.
You know, and so sometimes it's just not worth the wear and tear.
Yeah, it can be. And, you know, kudos to the drivers that have the forethought to know when they have something to gain and when they don't.
Yeah.
Drivers that don't, obviously, are back on track. We've got a really good battle, I think, between Josh Hulka and Team Twitch this season. I'm expecting that Hulka will take the win here for this event, if only by a little bit.
Yeah.
But Brandon Ranvek's performance in Twitch at NCM was very strong and was, I think, nearly a couple of seconds ahead
It has
of
to be
Hulka.
one of the most dominant street class wins in recent history.
Certainly. And I think because of that, if Brandon manages a second place finish behind Hulka but keeps the gap very small, I think he walks away after this event still in the championship lead for the class.
That's awesome.
Which is pretty exciting in a car that's, you know, incredibly well driven, naturally aspirated, because I think there is this perception that many of these time attack classes are, you know, forced induction favored or dominant or whatever word you want to use. It's great to see other competitors bring out something a little different and do well.
Well, I still think street class especially, I know the rules aren't written to the word of this, but it's a power to weight game.
I do agree,
like
because within the rules there's only so many things that you can modify that will help you add horsepower.
Right. Or even that will make the car go faster that are not horsepower adders. You know, so it really comes down to being a power to weight game. And there's, you know, it seems like, I'm sure this isn't by design, but it seems like generally speaking, most of the cars that have forced induction are also heavier to begin with.
Yep, that's true. And so, you know, it's not an immediate advantage, right? There's a give and take.
Right.
And so when I was talking with Brandon a little bit earlier this morning, I think he was maybe not disappointed, but it was bummed that the mile per hour on the back straight for him is just so off compared to the forced induction cars. And so the challenge is trying to pick up that pace in brake zones and in corner speeds.
Right.
And so, I mean, taking advantage of the lighter chassis, the more nimble chassis, and doing what it does best, but just doing more of it.
Yeah. So a little bit about the times on the board here. Ben Lynn and Charles Miller there. Two very close times, two very similar builds, same class, both Evos. That's got to be fun for them to be battling it out and being so close to each other there. Less than a tenth of a second between the two of them.
So Team Twitch, a little bit off pace compared to yesterday. I think it was a 38-0 yesterday.
Yep, a few tenths off. Not too bad, but still just not quite there. So Hulka down in the 46s, so they're hopefully just something off on that lap.
Yeah, just been this. You can already tell that this is kind of a tough session, right? Fastest of Group A is 36. David Calzada, who's been running 35s the entirety of the weekend, is running 37s now. It's rough here, and I can say that standing in the shade is much better than standing in the sun. But we've got that RX-8 pulling into pit lane.
I can confirm that the ridiculous exhaust setup on that vehicle is very effective.
Oh?
Because if you're standing along track and the car goes by you with the exhaust opposite the side you are, it's almost like it's a Tesla going by. Like,
really?
It's so quiet as compared to what you might think it would be. it's almost just like a whoosh of wind going by.
I haven't had a chance to talk to Dallas about that car. What do you know about it mechanically?
I know very little beyond the fact that it's an LS based engine. I don't know what. I don't know if it's a, like the 5.3 truck motor or if it's an aluminum block based engine. I don't know anything about the turbo sizing other than large.
Yeah, extra large.
And then it is a little less aero heavy than his other car, his silver RX-8 that's still rotary powered.
With the swing.
Right, but I think he's, kind of trying the more power, less aero route and seeing how that goes for him. I think this car has proven to be faster, at least here at GingerMan this weekend for him, which is cool.
So Damian Dabrowski with the very wild carbon everything 350Z.
Probably my favorite build here this weekend. There's nothing I love more than wild aero. That's kind of one of the things that originally drew me to Time Attack, and this car is the embodiment of that.
Well, it does scream Time Attack.
Oh gosh, does it ever! I love it. So the carbon fiber that they chose to build some of the components out of it has a very large weave.
It's like a half-inch.
Yeah, it looks like almost like a checkers board. It's not like anything I see normally.
Interesting. So Michael Almec, who's kind of a consistently top performer in the street modified class, running here 44.3, off pace I think by about 10 seconds relative to what he was yesterday.
Yeah, he was in the mid-30s. So he has to be one of the longer running street mod competitors. Was he in street mod when you competed?
No, I think he was on hiatus at that time, but he was here before then.
Oh, really?
That's right.
He's got to be one of the longer running consistent competitors.
Yeah, he's been a consistent supporter for quite some time, and the car build has progressed quite a lot, even in the last few years.
That car used to be blue.
Yeah.
I saw it this afternoon with the bumper off. I'm like, oh yeah, that car's blue. So, the RX-8 back on track.
Look at that thing.
It's such a glorious piece of equipment.
Good grief. Thanks to our drone pilots for such
Oh no. Stop.
That's
a bad place to come to a stop.
Dead car?
A dead car, maybe? Yeah.
Bummer.
Oh, now he's rolling again.
Try to turn it off and turn it back on again.
It's hard to say. Who knows?
What is that? On its way into 4 or 5?
Yeah, looks like it's into 4. Find a place to get safely off track here if he needs it, hopefully.
So, I don't know how familiar you are with these drones, but it always catches me off guard. These things zipping around all over the track. It sounds like you're going to be attacked by a swarm of bees.
Yeah. I'm still absolutely stunned by the rate of acceleration and how quickly they can change direction.
Yeah, big fan.
Insane. I wish my race car could do what that does.
Look at this thing. Loving our drone pilots.
See, they got one stuck in a tree?
No, I did not.
Yeah, during the GLTC race, they got one. Safety crew had to go and rescue it out of a tree.
Well, that's a bummer. How about that GLTC race 4, though? We've been talking about Jeremy Swenson's Time Attack-esque strategy.
Right.
And that's exactly what we saw.
Doing. Yeah.
Pulled hard into turn 1, made the pass in turn 1, and then the rest was history.
So do you know, I missed the race start. And I know they do different things almost for each grid. Do you know what they did for the start order?
It was an inversion.
Right.
They do an inversion. I can't tell you how many. If I had to guess, I would say it was around 8. That's my guess.
They do more than one group inverted?
No, it's just the front so many cars. It's a random number draw. The front. So I believe the way it happens is Renee takes a very close look at the race pace for the field from race 3, and she looks to see if there's a natural gap or like if there is a natural cluster of cars, and that will set her base number. Let's say it's 12 cars. She'll then draw a random number between 1 and 12, and that sets the number of cars that will be inverted for that final race.
Okay.
And it always makes things interesting.
Looks like we got a black flag out, so that an unfortunate end to Group 1 again.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talked at the beginning of the broadcast about attrition and these high temperatures, and I think that's just more of what you're going to see.
Yeah, especially in that Group 1 group of cars. It's generally speaking the more pointy end and the more finicky vehicles.
So as we grid up here for Time Attack Group B, these are more generally less high-strung cars. People looking for the opportunity to turn a lot of time lapse and work on driver development, improving their personal bests.
So our next event is Autobahn.
Yeah, I thought it was warm here this weekend, but it has a very consistent habit of being very warm at Autobahn.
I didn't realize this, but apparently Joliet is actually on the surface of the sun.
Correct.
Based on the history.
I learned that last year.
Yeah, and the year before. So what do you think? Do you have any thoughts on stuff coming into that event?
You know, I think it's really hard to say.
Are we just running one configuration there this year?
In the past, we have run multiple configurations on that track. In 2020, we've decided to focus exclusively on the South Course, which, from a Time Attack history frame of reference, like South Course is the benchmark for many people, and the changeovers for us were kind of a delay in the run of show, and it made things just a little bit harder because everything was rushed.
Well, I also think that it's a lot harder for people feel more rushed to set records because you were running two configurations on one day and the third on the second, and so the urgency to do well was higher, and I think that opens up a larger chance for error.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess it's my observation that I think that many of the drivers drive better when you kind of take the pressure away. In that, I can recall my own experiences running these events. Oh my goodness!
Oh, I do not envy that. That would be the worst out there today. It's so bright
and hot.
So hot. At least there's a breeze.
So. Consider, how the vibe of the entire event changes when on a 2-day event, if it's on Saturday morning, it's raining.
Yeah.
Everyone immediately just turns it down.
Yeah.
And people go out and they focus on having fun, and then as things begin to dry up, they kind of warm up into things versus, quick start to an event on Saturday morning where everyone feels like it has to be done right now and everything's mega intense right away. My goodness. That's so hot.
Yeah. Get an umbrella if I was out there for sure.
Yeah. So, Time Attack A, I think, has been completely concluded. We're expecting Time Attack B to roll out here momentarily. And that is after they flat tow this or pull this guy back into the paddock. What about you? What's going to happen at Autobahn?
I don't know. Autobahn historically doesn't bring out a lot of our really heavy hitters because it's kind of a smaller group, smaller track. It's just kind of a bum deal for me. I really like seeing the crazy unlimited cars, but then again, some of them just sometimes will show up. I like that track. It's a really cool place to be.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. Because it's that country club. It's a very nice facility. It's pretty cool. Sometimes you'll see some really wild stuff that the members have, which is neat. Some sort of exotics and really race car specific things.
And it consistently draws a reasonable number of radicals, which I think are great.
They're radical.
They are.
One might say.
And you know what? I had a chance to ride in one a couple of years ago, and I can say that
Oh no!
Look
Man
what you did.
down.
Having ridden in a radical before, the experience was not at all what I expected. Right?
You've ridden in a. I didn't realize there's a
two-seat. Yep.
Two-seat version of that.
Yeah, apparently.
Are they all that way?
I can't say.
Okay, that's fair.
What I do know, though, is it's got a sport bike engine in it. It's really lightweight. I was expecting the acceleration to feel a little bit more like a sport bike, which is just unbelievably, like, insano fast.
Yeah.
And the Radical is most certainly not that. It is a very fast car,
It's
but
just kind of fast everywhere.
it's a momentum car.
Yeah.
It doesn't really accelerate in the way that you'd expect, but it is very quick.
Drone rescue here.
Important business.
Yeah. I remember a few years ago at
Fly, little bird.
At PRI, I got to get up close and personal with a handful of the Radicals. They were just in a booth. Obviously, they weren't driving around. You don't really drive Radicals in December in Indy, but they have a handful of engine options you can get. At the time, at least, you could get the sport bike 4-cylinder. There was some sort of, I think, Ford EcoBoost V6 turbo option, and then they had like this crazy custom bespoke V8 that used the heads off the 4-cylinder sport bike engine and a custom block.
Interesting.
Which was obviously the most expensive option, but certainly the one I'd want.
Of course.
That sounds awesome.
Just got a few people out on track waiting to load this car up. While we wait, let's enjoy the views of the unbelievable drone footage. I wonder if that drone just buzzing like 10, 15 feet away, I wonder if they even notice.
Oh, they know it's there. They're not quiet.
What you need to make is a silent drone.
I mean, they got to make some noise.
They probably.
I don't know that we want a silent one.
I don't think we do.
That gets into a range where there's some weird stuff going on.
Yeah, I don't want that.
No.
Well, maybe we just need more blimps.
Blimps are cool.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be awesome to have like the Goodyear blimp fly over a GRIDLIFE event?
Yes.
How great would that be?
I would like that very much.
That'd be sweet.
Lots of Type R's here this weekend. Did you notice
A
that?
lot of Type R's. I looked. There was one sitting. I don't even know if I've seen it on track this weekend. I saw a dark gray one.
Sure.
It was a color I don't know that I've seen before, and they had a bit of a roll bar in it and a wing on the back of it, and it was very track ready, track prepped. Such cool cars.
They are.
I think in years past at festivals we've had somebody kind of buzz over us, haven't we? I swear maybe 2 years ago there was somebody that buzzed us with a plane of some sort. Oh, jeez.
So silly. Becky and Scott Robertson. Not sure what happened to him in race number 4. I know he was late to grid and rolled out pretty quickly, but then pulled in. So they must be working on something. But I believe he's one of the several shows that are hosted on the TrackTune website. Yours and that is the 1010s podcast.
When and if I remember to put it on there.
And, of course, Slip Angle is on the TrackTune website, as is Track Walking, Scott Robertson podcast, which, if you're into car stuff and into maybe some of the philosophy and the thought,
mental game
the mental and the mind game that goes into being a competitive racer, really, really interesting. And then on occasion...
can he make it this time?
Oh, no.
Can he make it this time?
That's awesome.
It's risky business
Whoa!
right there.
Yeah. Okay, that's real.
Jeez.
Love those graphics.
Yeah.
And then on occasion, we get some seasons of Time with Attackers, which is James Houghton and Chris Boersma's podcast exclusively about the nerd stuff of Time Attack.
You need to get Pro Awesome on there.
Yeah, that's
Get
true.
their podcast
Well, but they've got their own website. They do their own thing. We love those guys, though. And I did see Mike Lewin here at the track today. I think he's probably
I didn't notice he was
helping
here
with setup and doing the things that Mike does really well.
What an incredible group of guys.
Indeed.
So
consistently fast, and in the unlimited class, they historically have run very well. And as we talk about
Here
records,
we go again.
waiting. Well, I mean, now it just seems like he found the easy path.
I think that was a different route than the first time.
Tempt fate here. You go through too many times. You need to get safety to come back out and rescue you.
I'm excited to see the Professional Awesome Evo out on track again. They've kind of hinted at making a lot of improvements and upgrades to that car in what turned out to be an extended off-season through 2020.
Right.
And I really look forward to seeing that car come out here and lower its I believe they're the all-wheel drive class record holder here.
That's probably right. I think the number is like 25.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa, 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 what's up?
Thank you to those who make the graphics for our broadcast, because without it, filling this time would be challenging.
Yeah, it's certainly harder. Oh, Jesus.
Getting silly now. I think I've seen graphics before of sharks coming up on screen on occasion, and
seals.
Seals apparently. What else we got?
The other drones. Those are just drones. Birds aren't real. Everybody knows.
Of course, I know that.
Jesus. Oh, poor Jabay. What did he do to deserve this?
The guy's a celebrity, man.
He
I don't know anyone
refuses
who's
to
like,
admit it, but
man,
he
Adam,
absolutely
I just don't like that guy.
We even made a shirt to his celebrity status at one point. I don't think I saw any of them this weekend. I'm a little disappointed. So,
I feel like I know this shirt.
The Gay for Jabay shirt.
Of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
He hates that sticker, by the way.
I am well and fully aware of it. When we were driving through Chicago with the giant peaker sticker on the back of our trailer, we were just thinking about how there's a possibility that somebody is following us going, didn't that guy put windows in my house?
Windows in my door.
Right. Didn't that guy just put a garage door on my house like last week?
Oh, that's amazing. So, wrapping up here on the stream this afternoon, we're looking forward to Autobahn.
Yeah.
But Alpine Horizon is coming up soon as well.
I could have swore that Mid-O was first, but it's not.
Weird.
So, Alpine's going to be quite a trip. That's less far for me because I live in the middle of Iowa.
Okay.
Which is nice. It's still 12 hours for me.
And you guys, you generally road trip, correct?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We drive to everything. If it's less than 12 hours, there's no way you're getting me on a plane.
Fair enough.
12 hours is kind of like the threshold.
That cutoff point?
15 and up, I'm definitely getting on a plane. But I like to tell people, because they always ask, why do you live in Iowa? And like, once you've accepted the fact that everything is an 8-hour drive or more away, it's really not that bad.
It's probably true. But unfortunately, it means that nothing is close.
No.
So.
No. But I have a 45-mile commute I make in 43 minutes, and I'm sure there's a lot of people who can't claim that. So.
Well, that's a lot of miles.
Yeah, it's a rough trip. But
you should buy the Honda Insight from the Gears and Gasoline guys.
I have many times thought about buying an Insight because the gas mileage is rocking. My beater with a heater Cavalier does all right, but it's no Insight, that's for sure.
Well, that Insight was they did a video where they attempted to hypermile the Insight to get as much range as possible.
Yeah.
I thought it was adorable. It's one of my favorite videos they've done.
A Facebook friend of mine, and I'm sorry if you're listening because I can't remember who it was now, just posted last week he got 800 miles on a tank.
That's crazy.
It was like 75 point something miles per gallon average.
Yeah, the Insight stock's really going up here in the GRIDLIFE
miles.
community because I know Mike Lewin has one, but his has been K24 swapped.
Which
Eric
might
Cattell
be the
has
best
one.
car ever made.
It could be. Eric Cattell has one, and the Gears and Gasoline folks have one, and I think that there's another one floating around the paddock usually.
If I'm not mistaken, Eric Cattell's battery pack in his is toast.
Correct. So he drives around on the slowest 3-cylinder engine that could possibly exist.
Yeah.
But it's a good commuter.
I mean, if you got to live that Honda life, then that's what you got to do, I guess.
So Adam's brother Jeremy and his wife Allison have a Civic hybrid of the same era.
Yeah.
Which uses super rare 5-speed manual gearbox. I think that's the 7th gen Civic. I think.
You're asking,
but it's like a 2002, but really unique hybrid system in that when you're driving a manual gearbox, almost always you would clutch in coming up to a stoplight to keep the car from dying. When you brake in the Insight, you don't do that. You just brake until you stop, the car dies, and then you take off and the car starts up. It's very weird. And it's the way that you make sure that you keep cycling the batteries to keep sure that they're charging well and discharging well. Jeremy loves that Civic.
I've never met Jeremy, but I've heard a lot about him. I think he's an interesting man.
Yes. What is funny, maybe not this year because he and Allison just had their first child, but they're at nearly every GRIDLIFE event, but their intent is to be invisible because conventionally they're timing and scoring, and they don't want people to know who they are.
Right. They are the OG timing and scoring crew, though.
They've been around a long time.
Yeah.
And OG Honda Meet people, been doing this for 15 years. It's long time. So now we've got cars going back out on track. That looks like Ben Thorne to me.
It is.
In
absolutely.
Time Attack Group B, leading, hoping to improve his time, maybe get a little closer to that 39. We've got a little cloud cover. It's not scorching at this moment, which will probably help a little, and maybe, just maybe, things will go right.
I'm going to be really bummed out if we don't see a sub 140 from Club TR this weekend.
It can and should happen.
I've already accepted that I'm not going to get my sub 130 from Street Mod, which I can't describe how disappointed I am. But I figured a sub 140 from Club TR was a much more realistic proposition.
Yeah, probably.
So
the class is
that's not to say anything negative about the drivers. This hasn't been the best weekend for records.
Yeah, conditions have been favorable for driving, but not necessarily record-setting conditions.
Yeah.
And the records now are so unbelievably respectable that everything has to go well in order to break one.
Yeah.
Look at all those RVs. See the Jabay RV back there. I see mine over there in the back. You got to live that junky RV life.
I do. I haven't brought it home yet, but I do.
Oh, yeah?
So, yeah, I have like a 79 or something like that.
Well, I can tell you that Mr. Eric Dewey DeWitt really stepped the game up with respect to his RV life.
There we go. I think this might be Ben Thorne's data.
Let's hope.
No, because that's coming down the front straight there. Not sure whose data this is yet, but Dewey's. So that would be in his Club TR FRS, or which probably BRZ if it's Dewey's.
Yeah, which I think is being co-driven by Matt DeRoos and Dewey.
Matt has been keeping me up to date on who is in the car in case we needed to know. And last I knew, it was Dewey in the car.
Gotcha.
So, Matt has nothing but fantastic things to say about the way that car handles.
Yeah?
Yeah. So, he was really, really impressed with how, on rails that car was.
Is that right?
So.
Well, Matt DeRoos has won championship before here with GRIDLIFE TrackBattle.
Another Street Mod class
which Street Mod championships have never been back-to-back by anybody. And I'm speculating that we will likely not see a repeat winner again this year. Alex Moss is on the back foot, I think, right now relative to Jackie Ding's performance, and it'll be kind of a game-time decision to see if they want to really campaign hard to try and win.
Is that a cone on the front straight?
It appears.
That was I saw that earlier and I thought that can't be, but I think it is.
It can. If someone hit the apex marker.
Well, it's been there all of Group A as well. So I wonder if it's there for a reason.
But I also saw Mr. Bradley Yonkers in the grid, or in the paddock this weekend.
Yeah,
and to my knowledge, they are co-building a GLTC car, another BMW.
I talked to Matt DeRoos for a while last night. I know he's still building his BMW with the intention of running it in street mod. And he told me that they have a caged E36 that they hope to build into GLTC spec.
Excellent.
So, Dewey DeWitt, here's his data on screen.
Predicted lap time 1:46.1.
Yeah,
so
not a pointy end of the class car as it stands yet for most of the weekend, despite having really good drivers in it.
Absolutely.
So,
but I mean, I think if you look at that,
getting some.
Looking at that car relative to someone like Ben Thorne's car, quite a bit less development as well.
Yeah, and stock engine, meaning down on power a little bit. Those K series, it's probably 30 to 40 wheel horse up on most of the Toyobaru cars. So a significant jump when you're only talking about 240 to begin with.
It's been really exciting to see the number of cars that have, and cars and drivers who have chosen to embrace the new Club TR, the Falken Tire Club TR class, because
absolutely,
it really does represent a lot of what we talk about to people when they get into tracking their own cars. Right? Get in, get something that you can do hundreds of laps in, and just smile and enjoy and learn and develop. And I think Club TR is that.
So, some times on the board here, Ben Thorne with a 140.5, which is
his best of the weekend, I believe.
Maybe his best of the weekend. Certainly fast. Getting close to that magical 139 spot. Evan Weeder down into the 141s as well. Really showing some improvement throughout the weekend on that car. I noticed yesterday they spent a lot of time wrenching on it between sessions. Today, much less so. So
I just
seems to be working.
I just got a text message from Ferris Khartoumi, who's sent me a list of all the cars that they have record of going sub 140, and it's a bunch, but was enthusiastic to say it would be great if a Club TR car could do that this weekend.
Yeah.
I don't know that Ben is going to have the pace to get it.
I would love to see it.
And I wouldn't even blame Ben for that. It's a so. Team No Crutch. That
be Dewey
Dewey
and DeRoos.
So 146.165 still the predicted lap time, but you can see really working hard to manage the pace in that car, kind of battling the whole thing the whole time.
Yeah, really wringing everything he can out of that car.
Not sure that's the fast line, Dewey.
I don't know if he knows this isn't a drift session.
But he has used that car as an opportunity to get track time when his highly modified street mod car is not competing.
Yeah.
And so doing many, many more laps and many more sessions than he has done in years past by driving this car. So lost a little bit of time there on his way out of turn 10. About half a second, I think, on his prediction, but it's still his best time so far is a 146.172.
Yeah.
So all of the cars in the Club TR class are using the new RT 660 tire, which I have a set. We drove on them at Barber in January, and I really enjoyed driving on them. And it was great to have a tire that was both quick and capable of turning multiple laps, at least on a car of my horsepower and weight.
I know a few people that have sets on them been very, very happy with their performance.
Definitely. And in this class, I mean, it's fun that the tire is accessible to many people in a decent variety of sizes, and people are able to kind of remove that variable with respect to building their car, or at least build around that restriction. So 8 minutes into this Time Attack Group B session. Fewer cars now on track. I think people have taken their shot and pulled their way back into the paddock, but maybe just a few more trying to get that every last bit. It'll be interesting to see for a track like Road America, which we go to later in the fall, which cars are going to be the ringers for the Club TR class.
Yeah, that's a track that demands a very different car to do well than say GingerMan.
At the moment, I kind of expect Ben to win that one. I think that his car makes the most power, kind of right on the...
with the limited engine options, it's hard to make much more than the next guy. I think that class in that situation may come more down to
being slippery.
Yeah.
And historically, we run that track configuration with the kink, which means that I think sometimes drivers do want aero, but you don't want much because you pay such an enormous penalty in top speed. And on a track like that, that matters a lot.
Yeah.
So Cal Fortner with a 143.298. I think they're still working on kind of setting the pace with that car. They made quite a few changes in the offseason in that Audi, which we've highlighted before, but the pace is just not quite there. Looks like Team No Crutch still stuck at 146.132. That might be all it is for the weekend for them. But if you look at the competition here, you've got Ben Thorne with a 140.586 and Evan Weeder really not far behind.
No.
I mean, this is a very tight, close competition class.
Yes, and I mean, there's a name missing on there, Grant Davidson. He's been in the 141s in Club TR this weekend as well. And then just farther back from that, there's 2 or 3 guys in the 42s and 43s. So it's a tight class. It's a real competition, which is awesome considering it's such a young class.
Definitely. Well, and I feel like that class is really accessible, right? Like, if you want to come do track days and develop your skill as a driver, picking up a car that can be made compliant for Club TR is a natural avenue to go through HPDE and then start competing with the same car and spend quite a bit less effort on crazy modification and adding horsepower and really going out of control. Instead here, just focus on being the fastest driver that you can possibly be. Is that Ryan?
That's Ryan Seiler right there. So met him autocrossing in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and known him for quite a few years now. He's had that car for quite a while. It's kind of an interesting background story to it. It's been flood damaged twice now.
Okay.
So the license plate says Flood 2K on it for that reason.
Nice.
So yeah, I think he still has it street registered and stuff like that, but it's pretty much just his track toy. So,
does he still travel from South Dakota to these events? Because I've seen him a lot recently. That's an awful long way to drive.
Yeah, so that's kind of why we as a group ended up getting this giant stacker trailer, and we can fit 3, maybe even if we had to 4 cars in there, and then split the gas pricing a little bit, and gives us some place to sleep, and made the whole traveling in a pack a little bit easier.
Yeah, I think it's important to have that kind of team support.
Yeah, it's been really nice. when we have troubles and problems throughout the weekend, that there's a group of us to lean against and help fix those problems.
So I think I saw on a Facebook post that you had been making the trip out here and destroyed a hub on your trailer.
Yeah, we lost a hub on the
Who is the mechanic of the group?
Yes.
Everybody.
We have two guys who are, one guy's a full-time mechanic, one guy who has been for quite a few years and is coming back into working at a performance shop. Ryan, Dalton, and I, that's not our day jobs, but we've all been in cars long enough that we're a decent wrench when the time comes. So,
well, it's funny that
yeah.
you know, people think that the truck and trailer is the way to kind of protect yourself. You know, if the race car has trouble on track and you still need to get home.
Yeah.
But I know that not everybody travels with like spare wheel bearings and hubs in their trailer for their trailer.
Well, I can tell you this.
They probably should.
We didn't, and we're going home without a wheel right now.
Oh.
So I think the trailer will hold together.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's been a weekend, but it turns out that getting trailer parts is really hard.
I believe that.
And I don't know.
Adam and I have talked before about selling wheel bearings on the TrackTune website.
Yeah.
Because he has really strong opinions on what things are quality and like
Yes.
known good parts that are reliable.
No, that's Ryan off track. So I know he's really pushing to find more time because this is his first time at GingerMan. So I know we've talked a lot about, I've talked a lot with him about trying to the different lines, what works, what doesn't through a lot of these corners, because even though they're separate corners, they're almost, some of these in the back section of this track are close enough together that
kind of linked.
Yeah, they're very much linked one to the next, and sometimes you have to decide, like, do I purposely kind of not take the optimal line in the first corner so that I have a better run at or out of the second corner and stuff like that. And it's hard to learn that, and we don't have anybody in our immediate group that's a real GingerMan expert. And there's plenty of people in the track who would be at the track who would be more than happy to offer that advice up. But it's been interesting trying to find time and learn a brand new track like this.
Absolutely.
And stay competitive.
Absolutely.
So I know he really was hoping to come here and prove that he could do it after kind of a disappointing weekend at NCM, but still managing to podium.
Well, it was a strong performance. He finished well, but it wasn't as good as it could have been.
Right.
And
we
I know that sometimes
mechanical
that's where you get a little
Oh,
frustrated.
They're gonna make me motion sick here.
Golly. Drones on drones on drones.
Group B has been checkered. Group C coming out soon. Abe's favorite fit group.
I just don't know if anyone can beat Matt Williams. I think the bounty is to try and beat Matt Williams at an event.
Yeah, that's fair. So there's a real possibility he'll be Club TR and not Honda Fit soon. Or
with the RX-7.
Yes, with his RX-7.
He in addition to being a fit nerd, he is also a rotary nerd.
Yeah. And an OG drifter.
My goodness.
Did you know that?
And spends a lot of time on the tail of the dragon. Lots of time.
Well, he basically lives on it.
Weird.
Which would be a great life.
And is also an old junky RV enthusiast.
I miss his original RV.
Oh, yeah?
That was the coolest.
It was, what was it, like a 1970s Dodge van conversion thing?
Yeah. It was great, whatever it was. It made for a great podcast studio.
Absolutely. And was most certainly the most unique RV in the paddock.
Yeah. Dive bomb and Spectator Hill here.
Cars releasing now in Time Attack Group C on their warm-up lap. Should be about 1.5 to 2 minutes before drivers take the green flag. Some of these angles are, to me, just like so much like a video game. Like you're just not used to seeing things this way. That the only way it could happen is if it were a video game.
I remember the first year that the drones were at South Festival at Road Atlanta, and I was not in attendance that year, and this was pre-live stream, and so you guys, everyone's down there, and I'm just trying to live vicariously through social media posts. And after the event, there was a video of the drone footage chasing like the drift cars down turn 12 at Road Atlanta and stuff like that, and I remember thinking, well, that kind of ruined all video medium for everybody else for the rest of eternity, because if you're not doing it with a drone, then you're wasting everybody's time.
Yeah, it's very, very cool footage. And we talked before about how quickly those things change directions, how fast they are. And I'll be honest, I would like to see one on the stream try to chase a car between turn 10 and turn 11. Do you think it could outrun one of these C-Class cars?
I mean, maybe. Probably. I bet it could easily keep up with a fit.
Oh, definitely.
I think we should have a drone do a lap with a transponder.
And that's a good idea. So I think that's Nathan Brown again in the street class FCP Euro car.
Mm-hmm. One of my favorite generations of Golf.
I've always wanted an R32.
Yes. A Mark IV R32 is about as good as it gets.
But I also think the new Golf Rs are pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool. My favorite Golf, the Mark I.
Of course.
Without a doubt.
So who else decided to go out on track? Team Brap trying to chase Matt Williams again, and I don't know if Matt went out or not.
I don't see his name coming up on the board yet.
So this final session of the day is typically very light. Many drivers deciding to pack up and kind of get on the road a little bit early because in many cases people are traveling states and states away in order to be at one of our events, and we're really grateful for that kind of support.
It's about 8 hours to my house. It's about 11, almost 12 hours back to South Dakota, where the rest of my crew is stationed. So
does that mean that the truck and trailer will go to Des Moines, and then people will disperse from their cars to the other places?
No. So I kind of Googled it, see like, okay, where are you guys going? Where can I intercept you? And then I had my wife and kid drop me off on their way to stay with her dad this weekend.
Gotcha.
So, and then we're gonna do the same on the way home. So, and they all just meet up at Iowa Man Racing headquarters and load the cars into the trailer and go from there.
Nice.
So
cars fits coming through. This is turn 8, turn 9.
Think they're flat through there?
They better be.
If you can do it in a Viper, you can do it in a Fit, right?
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
Not sure who's driving that's the CH2, the Circuit Heart 2. That's a Civic Sport with an SI drivetrain. Very Frankenstein car. Decently quick, too, in Club TR.
For sale.
It is for sale.
Who needs a track car?
I'll
make you a deal.
I do, but
you're buying a Fit, remember?
I am buying a Fit.
That's your track car.
Well, that's my commuter car.
What are you going to do when you have two cars that could make perfectly good track cars?
That's a great question.
It's a real first world problem.
It is, yeah. But, of course, the combined value of all of these track cars is considerably less than the price of a new, like, Camry.
That's fair.
Thanks to all of the specialty streaming team. Awesome work this weekend with the... oh, boy.
They do such an incredible job. These guys... I know when the power went out yesterday and we lost the stream, there was a real scramble to try and figure out what we had to do to get it back up. And before we realized it was well and out of our control. They work the hardest, though.
They do.
No doubt.
And I believe there'll be a post-edit of the stream from yesterday where it'll be released on YouTube because it was recorded once we got the generators running again.
Confirmation it will be posted.
Excellent.
So.
Thanks, Adam.
Right. Yeah. The internet. Like a huge portion of this area was without power, and so we didn't have internet, but we were able to capture with the cameras thanks to generators. So. It'll get posted. It was a hell of a GLTC race too.
Indeed.
So,
but I think as GLTC continues to mature, I think we're starting to see the different strategies show up as being, effective at certain tracks. Frankly, at this place, I didn't expect the, qualify Q1 and just try and run as hard as you can away from everybody to be effective at this place. We saw that it could work at Coda a few times now, but at this place I kind of expected there to be more passing, or at least I expected it to be easier to challenge from P2.
Right.
But that Corvette is very fast, and it is
well driven.
It's very well driven.
I have to cheer for Swenson. He's North Dakota, Minnesota, but he's kind of like northern, real Midwest. So just like I am, I got to cheer for that,
So
to me, like Ohio and stuff, that's not Midwest.
Well, then what is it?
It's like Mideast or something. I don't know, but it's certainly not West.
Man,
hasn't been West for a long time. We're way farther west than that now.
Good grief.
I don't know.
Team Rap with a 156.583. That's pretty close to his personal best, but just a little bit left to get to those records.
Dalton Klein into the 48s now. I don't know if he was there last session. I know
it was 46s last time, I think.
I don't think he was in there. I know beginning this morning he was in the 49s, like real low 49s. So, but I know he is just looking to be 10 seconds or less slower than the fastest track mod. And I believe that the Mullet team was able to put down a 37 on Friday afternoon.
Shoot.
So I was like, well, I mean, you're close, but keep pushing. So
that's Tori Skursky running his daily driver BMW. For the last several years, he's been building up his race juke.
I can't wait for his juke to return.
Do you know where he expects that car to run in terms of which class, or is it running GLTC?
My understanding is that it is being built as a GLTC car.
Excellent.
So, weird little things like that. Really, it's cool that works in GLTC.
It is.
Or it's possible.
And we're missing drivers like Chris Tuttle with his C4 Corvette, who's been on hiatus for just a bit, but I saw him engage on social media a little while back. He wants to come back and race that car again. What other cars are really bizarre that have been in the field before?
In the time attack field, there is he's a Canadian, that little Suzuki Swift that's
love that car.
Remarkably all carbon fiber.
It's wicked.
Oh my gosh, that thing is a sleeper fast car.
I think it runs like 32s, 33s, something like that.
Like I remember 2 years ago at Festival, it was very close to winning track mod.
Unbelievable car.
I guess strange thing.
it does come back to power to weight, and that thing's got not much weight.
Yeah, and it's well driven, well developed. So,
yeah, if you haven't listened to Time with Attackers and you're really into Time Attack, the James and Chris did do an interview with the Stittles.
Yes,
and
that's what it is.
The car is wicked, and it's been developed a long time.
They work at a pro level on a race team, so they know how to develop a car.
And it's such an oddball.
Mm-hmm. That's the one that sticks out in my mind.
I remember my first GridLife South. I saw it was not a competition car, but I saw a Miata with a Cummins diesel swap.
Yeah, that was at a Midwest once too, but at the time it wasn't wired or plumbed to run.
Yeah. And I've also seen a proper Chevy Blazer from the 1980s with a turbo kit on it.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like a junkyard setup. It was pretty neat.
Yeah.
We embrace the weird here in the paddock.
Blackhawk Farms, there was an S10.
I think I saw it today.
There was a black S10. No, that's a different one that was here this weekend.
Okay.
But there was a, and I engaged with him a little bit on social media because I came across him in an S10 group I'm in, because I love S10s.
Of course you do.
I have 2. But I said, please bring that to more Grid Life and compete in time attack, so I have an excuse to talk about S10s on the live stream. And he replied with that he was planning and had a ticket for Road America.
Excellent.
So that is an LS7 powered S10, which means that it has an insane horsepower number for an S10, and I expect that to be a wicked machine at Road America.
If there's anything I know about S10s is that they are known for their aerodynamic performance.
Well, I mean, you take what you can get.
So 11 minutes in now. I think things really winding down. We want to thank all of the partners that are responsible for helping us produce this incredible broadcast. We're grateful to be given the opportunity to even join you guys on the show.
Yeah.
I can think of hundreds of other qualified candidates, but they picked us.
This is the most fun, and I really hope that everybody at home enjoyed it even half as much as I did. So, oh, jeez. These camera guys.
That's Talkie Face Kyle.
Yeah.
Who does?
Kyle knows that exists.
I hope he does.
I kind of hope he doesn't. It might make it funnier.
He'll be going through post edits and cutting
What
segments
is
apart.
that?
What on earth is that? So expecting the checker here before long. Wanted to say thanks to all of the partners helping us produce this broadcast, to Specialty Streaming, doing an amazing job. Matt, our director, producer, awesome dude, for keeping things on schedule and running. And it's been quite a weekend for everybody, I think.
I've heard a story or two about Rally Matt.
Have you?
Yeah.
We'll have to.
From the Jabay himself.
Oh, boy.
Long stories about terrible weekends at rally events.
I've heard a few rally stories.
Yeah.
So the paddock thinning out and people packing up and getting on their way. We should probably step away before too long so that we can get ready for the podium for both GLTC and GRIDLIFE Track Battle. Yep. So I think with that, we will conclude here on the commentary, maybe leave things rolling just a little bit, and then we will talk to you at Autobahn again in the future.
Can't wait.
GridLife Live Time Attack is brought to you by Falken Tire, competition proven performance, 303 Performance, premium protectants and cleaners exceeding expectations since 1980. STA-BIL, ready, willing, STA-BIL. Forgestar, the official wheel partner of GridLife Time Attack. HP Tuners, connect, read, edit, write, drive. GridLife Live Time Attack is brought to you by Falken Tire.
still on this weekend for a little.
You know it. I'm in desperate need of some.
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting. Yeah, dun da da. The wedding. She's getting married, so.
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. STA-BIL 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
The next generation of auto detailing is here, where simplicity meets performance. 303 graphene nanospray coating. Get a year of protection from a powerful graphene oxide formula. A formula that sends water flying off surfaces, keeping water spots at bay. Go beyond wax, beyond ceramic. Graphene nanospray coating from 303.
Here at FCP Euro, we take pride in the fact that each and every one of your orders is picked, packaged, and shipped by a fellow car enthusiast. We understand that you need the right parts and need them fast to complete that next project or get your daily driver back on the road. Take John, our quality assurance specialist. He's normally found in the distribution center quality checking your orders, but he's also often found out on track in his Audi TT-RS, putting parts that we sell to the test, such as upgraded track pads and suspension components. John understands how important it is for you to trust the quality of your parts, whether at the limit or just simply going to the grocery store. If you want to learn more about us, head to fcpeuro.com.
The Falken Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast's choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falken Azenis RT660.